Turn to the experts.
Lenovo.
I wasn't sure what tech my business needed.
I wasn't sure what tech my business needed.
So I decided on my own.
So I went to Lenovo.com for expert advice.
My solution was a bad fit.
Our new tech is the perfect fit for our team.
When every decision matters, join Lenovo Pro, Lenovo's free membership program at Lenovo.com, and unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
Hi, it's Marty Lenz. You have a lot of options when it comes time to sell your home, like using that neighborhood specialist, using a past realtor, or you can even sell your home yourself. Here's why I strongly recommend Gay Ribble and Empower Home Team with Keller Williams Realty. The Empower Home Team is famous for guaranteeing the sale of your home at your price, or they will buy it themselves, guaranteed in writing. It's no wonder why they sell a home every 2 hours. I've seen and studied their operations, and I know and trust them. Empower Home Team are now sharing a guide that they have created that shows you everything it takes to sell your own home. Yes, a realtor, giving you the steps it takes to sell your own home without even using them. You can use this step-by-step guide to sell your own home without an agent, or use it just to learn everything it takes to do what Gay has had the privilege of doing for years, which is serving families in selling their largest asset for top dollar. To receive this guide, call Gay Ribble and Empower Home Team now. 833-453-SOLD. 833-453-SOLD. Visit gayhasthebuyers.com. That's gayhasthebuyers.com.
Men, though it really does go without saying, practicing better medicine almost always means better outcomes for patients. And if you suffer with erectile dysfunction, you certainly want a good outcome. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And because we do practice better medicine, we're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues across the Front Range. ED is a terrible condition. It causes stresses in relationships, it creates anxiety and undue hardships on a man and often their partner as well, yet many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. But I want to tell you today that you can be free of ED. Seriously, if you're like most men, the treatments we offer at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will work for you. In fact, we have protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, all of which means it's very likely you'll be having great sex again within just a day or two of your first appointment. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender who can help you access the equity in your home to pay off high-interest debt? American Financing has the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified simply by using your bank statements, which many other lenders can't do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. No upfront fees or obligation to find out how much money you can save every single month. Call American Financing, 303-695-7000, 303-695-7000, or go online, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Still below average for your temperatures today in the low 80s, and it's going to be smoky and hazy with wildfire smoke from out of state. Very small chance for a storm this afternoon. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Progressive Insurance makes it easy to save money. When you bundle your auto policy with home, condo, or renters, you'll earn a multi-policy discount. Easy to bundle, easy to save. Visit Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
This is a special report from ABC News. Race for the White House. I'm Sherry Preston. Vice President Kamala Harris is making remarks from the White House today. ABC's Karen Travers has more.
In her first public event since announcing she's seeking the Democratic nomination, Vice President Harris today will deliver remarks at an event celebrating the NCAA championship teams from this past season. Harris will hit the campaign trail on Tuesday, traveling to the battleground state of Wisconsin for an event in Milwaukee. She's expected to travel to Indianapolis on Wednesday. Since the president announced he was dropping out of the race and endorsing Vice President Harris, her campaign raised nearly $50 million in smaller grassroots donations. Karen Travers, ABC News. the White House.
Among those who have been mentioned as possible running mates, Governors Roy Cooper, Josh Shapiro, and Andy Beshear from North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky, respectively. The Democratic National Convention begins a month from today in Chicago. This is ABC News. The FAA is now investigating after a recent incident involving a Southwest Airlines flight dropping to just over 150 feet over the water while approaching Tampa. It should have been at 1,200 feet. Here's ABC's Ariel Reshev.
This just the latest scare in the sky, putting Southwest under the microscope. The FAA launching a probe after a Southwest flight plunged to roughly 525 feet last month over Oklahoma, passing just over a high school about 9 miles from the airport before making it to the runway. And that incident just days after ABC News learned of another Southwest plane from Hawaii coming within just 400 feet of crashing into the ocean back in April.
Hunter Biden's just dropped a lawsuit against Fox News, accusing it of illegally publishing explicit images of him. The images included in a document that aired on Fox's streaming service in 2022. Fox describes the lawsuit as politically motivated. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
It started off as a normal day. I felt fine when I arrived at the plant.
Ruth Junius's life was about to change.
Then I dropped my keys. They kept slipping out of my hand. My arm felt numb. A coworker asked me if I was okay, and I couldn't speak. I started to get scared.
Ruth was having a stroke. People around her weren't sure what to do.
They thought I should go home or lie down, but I knew something was very wrong. I wrote 911 on a piece of paper with my other hand, and someone called for me.
Because everyone acted quickly, doctors at the hospital were able to give Ruth treatment that started to reverse the symptoms.
Within a few minutes, I was talking again. I didn't know a thing about stroke before I had one. Now I make sure that my friends and family know all the signs of stroke so they'll get help fast if they need it.
No stroke. Know the signs. Act in time. Call 1-800-352-9424 for more information. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, National Institutes of Health.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The Colorado Democratic Party is crediting President Biden for his 50 years of service, saying his decision to withdraw from the race shows how courageous and selfless he is. State Party Chair Shad Murib says he's ready to get behind Vice President Harris.
We're excited about the opportunity her candidacy provides for us to not only beat Donald Trump as we were planning, but grow and expand the party and continue this record of success.
After Biden's withdrawal from the race, some Colorado Republicans wonder if he should continue as president. Lauren Boebert says if Biden can't run for office, he should resign immediately. Rockies great Todd Helton was formally enshrined into the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York, yesterday.
I really don't think it's sunk in yet. I think the more I'm around the real Hall of Famers, I'll get more comfortable. But today was a great day.
Helton spent his entire 17-year big league career with the Rockies. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Revive Organic Soil Treatment.
Over on the west end of town, 6th Avenue eastbound, we've got a crash in the right lane at Federal Boulevard. Slow driving back from Sheridan, seeing about 5 minutes of delays. Just east of there, I-25 southbound at 6th Avenue. Crash off on the right shoulder, has slow traffic back from 48th. Once again, about 5 minutes of delays for our downtown drivers. I-70 east and westbound, flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again through Commerce City. I-270 east and westbound, easy driving as well. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, cooler than what we're used to. High 83 this afternoon with scattered thunderstorms, overnight low of 58. Tomorrow, mostly sunny skies with a high of 88. The current temperature in Denver, 69 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Summer is here. Do you know what your lawn wants? Revive Organic Soil Treatment moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. You'll see the difference. Revive takes water deep, down to the roots, to make the most of watering for a lush green lawn all summer long. Use Revive. It works.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard lists your home for top dollar. Then they make you an impressive guaranteed backup cash offer. This gives you the confidence to hold out for the price you deserve. Here's what one Orchard customer said. The peace of mind of the guaranteed offer is why I went with Orchard. And when you sell for more, the rest is yours. My home sold on the market for more than I expected.
I need to know if you have the right call screener.
With Orchard's guaranteed cash offer, you never have to settle for less.
Got the new one you just sent yesterday.
Good.
Visit Orchard.com for a free, no-obligation cash offer. That's Orchard.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bank.
Wait, are we replacing Kelly?
KHOW.com.
Yes.
Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. As you'll see on my wide shot, I got a guest here. I have Mark with me from ProBid Energy about solar. You know, there's only a couple solar people I would endorse because the industry is really, really difficult because so many companies come and go. Mark, you even told me that a lot of solar businesses have gone out of business. Why do they come and go so quickly?
You know, the ones that recently went out, one of them's Titan, and they're a...
Titan was giant.
Giant. And they're just a sales organization. They subcontract the installs out. So once that's done, that customer's not going to get service because the EPCs, it's not their gig.
So when a consumer wants solar, how do they protect themselves? And by the way, I don't mean this against you at all or against Red Rocks. I love them. I love you guys, ProBid Energy. But maybe you guys aren't going to be around forever. So when people get solar systems, is there, now obviously your whole model and Red Rocks, your whole model, sales, service, and not even you service even those you haven't installed. Sure. You're trying to be a full service solar company, and the components are made by companies that don't go out of business. The components are solid.
Yes.
The people that, so can a consumer find, let's say ProBid and Red Rocks isn't around, and they bought maybe they're in another part of the country listening right now. They bought a solar system. None of the people that they were associated with are around. Who do they call for help? Can they call the manufacturer and say, do you have anyone that services this?
Yes, they'll call the manufacturer and they might direct them. The inverter, Enphase, Solar Edge, they might say, yeah, here's an installer that we work with.
I think there's room. And again, I'm not talking about here. We have two good companies here that I love. And today is ProBidEnergy.com's day, and you do everything Red Rocks does. But here's what I want to say. We need independent solar servicing companies.
Yep.
I wonder, because think about this. If you did nothing but serviced solar systems, I imagine a good servicing company, and you guys will do that. Haven't you been able, when I sent you out to people whose companies have gone away, haven't you been able to even get warranty work done under the manufacturer?
In some cases we can't because we're connected to the manufacturer.
Because if the components are warranted, they don't care that as long as it's a competent service company, you can get it warranted, right?
You bet, and we are with all the
So
systems.
People, I want to concentrate today on all you orphans, solar orphans.
Yep.
A ProBid has helped a lot of solar orphans.
And a lot of these solar orphans need their systems taken down because of the hail we've had.
And put back up.
And put back up. And if a certified installer like us doesn't do it, it negates their warranties.
All right, people, there you go. And by the way, this hour brought to you by waterpros.net. You know how I feel about them. I'm serious. First, you need a water system, especially for drinking water. And they're the best systems at the lowest prices. 303 862-5554. Jasmine, what's going on with you, Jasmine? And of course, I am well aware that there's major news all over the country about politics and all that. Now, I only mention politics here when it has to do with you and your personal finance, or when it comes to education of our rights, responsibilities, as I call it, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Right now, things are in a state of flux. We know that. Feel free to comment if you want. I only talk about things as it relates to inflation and things like that. As you know, and I've gotten a lot of flack for this, I don't take strong stands and try to change your mind, your hearts, or anything. I just want to help you not get ripped off, okay? But I'm not blind to the fact that you guys are tuning in, and I know you have a lot of places to listen to, but if you want to break from the, let's put it this way, the pontification, you can come here. That's not to say I won't talk about it. I've talked about issues before that and how they relate to us personally on a day-to-day basis. Right now, speaking of that, inflation is still making things more expensive, and it's not as terrible as it was. Investing, the stock market's doing pretty good. The problem with the stock market that I see is that when the stock market does well for no reason, when there's no fundamentals driving it, it gets scary because there's really no prediction. I mean, you know, what I'm saying is usually stock markets do well for reasons and they do badly for reasons, or bonds do well for reasons and bonds don't do well for reasons. Right now, everything seems to be a hodgepodge as far as personal finance. But again, I acknowledge it, but I want you to call with your problems, questions, complaints. And if you have any comments on today's news in the world and how it relates to us on a day-to-day life, let's do it. So, Jasmine, what's happening with you?
Hi. So I need some help with my apartment complex.
Okay, so what's going on, Jasmine? What's happening?
So we had a kitchen fire, sadly, that was pretty bad.
Did you have renter's insurance?
We did. We have really good insurance, and we told the insurance and the
That's
apartment
really
complex right away.
Mm-hmm.
Their insurance is waiting for the apartment complex to fill out paperwork or do something. And
wait, your insurance is waiting. Your insurance is waiting for the apartment complex.
Yes. 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 They have been for the last 4 months. They tried sending an adjuster out, but they didn't have.
But I don't understand what your insurance needs. What does your insurance need?
They need them to go write like an estimate of and tell them what appliances need to be replaced and the cabinets and the walls.
Oh, so you can make a claim.
Yeah, so I started one, but they need the insurance.
So your renter's insurance. Now, this kitchen fire, was it your fault?
It was an accident, but we weren't home when it happened, so we tried. I still haven't done it yet.
I may not have phrased that the right way. An accident is your fault if it started in your kitchen with you, unless for example, where it wouldn't be your fault. A squirrel gets in and does something, or you know what I'm saying. But you were cooking and it happened. Is that what happened, Jasmine?
No, I was not. I was not cooking.
Tell me what happened. I'm just curious. I'm just curious if your insurance is going to pick it up. What happened?
No, yeah, they'll take it. They'll definitely take it. They will take full responsibility and pay for everything. But what I'm thinking is happening is that I have a new puppy, and I think he tried getting something on the counter and caught something on the stove on fire.
Okay, got it. Okay.
So when we came home, our whole kitchen was in flames.
Oh, my God.
Got it out.
May I ask, how's the puppy, by the way?
Oh, puppy's fine. We have a back door. He was outside on the back door.
She had a kitchen. You had a kitchen fire. Your renter's insurance will cover it, but you need information from the apartment complex that they're not providing. Now, you would think the apartment complex wants to get this fixed up, so why aren't they providing the information?
That I have no idea. I call them every other day, and I don't talk to anybody. They never call me back. I've gone in there in person trying to talk to a manager. Manager's never there. Every time I call and actually get a hold of someone or someone calls me back, they said that they'll call me back because they have to go figure out the answer for whatever I'm asking, and I'm not getting anywhere.
How long has it been? How long has it been?
4 months.
Oh, my goodness. Wait a minute. Have you been without a kitchen for 4 months, or are you now temporarily living somewhere?
No, because I didn't want to pay for a temporary Airbnb.
Yeah, but your insurance should pay for
a motel.
temporary housing.
Yeah, they should. But apparently my apartment needs to, they can put us into another apartment complex, or another apartment.
Okay, so right now, the reason for the call today is you need to get damages details from management as to what they expect you to fix so you can submit it to your insurance.
Yes.
That's reasonable. Why would it take 4 months and you still don't have it?
I have no idea. I don't even know if the managers ever even seen the pictures I've sent in or even came to my apartment. I had to take my microwave that was all melted and burned down. I took apart the burnt cabinets because my entire house.
Oh my God, this is unacceptable.
Fire.
Now, were you able to get? Wait,
showed up.
did you at least have a restoration company go in and clean it up, and they paid your insurance?
No,
paid?
I asked them. I
Who'd you
asked
ask?
them multiple times to have the apartment complex and my insurance, and they said, "Well, we have."
I want you to hold on.
them to
Hold
write the
on.
estimate.
I got two things I want to do for you, Jasmine. Two things. I want to first get our insurance experts on from Compass Insurance Group. Then I want to get someone, once we ferret through this and see what their responsibilities are, then I want to put somebody on it, one of my people. I know Doc is listening in the studio right now. We need to put someone on this. But first, let's talk to our insurance expert, which is Compass Insurance. So hang on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, denverregen.com, denverregen.com, stem cell therapy, hair restoration, testosterone treatments. They're a wonderful place. They also have semaglutide and a compounded form at just a few $100 a month compared to the brand names, which are really expensive. denverregen.com.
Hear that? That is the sound of obstacles facing your business. But when you join Lenovo's free online membership program, Lenovo Pro, to support all your business tech, those obstacles just go away. Join Lenovo Pro for free. Visit Lenovo.com today. Lenovo. Unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
You know, when I talk about storm damage, it comes in all forms, not just the roof. Siding, stucco, windows, doors, decks, painting, outbuildings, and a lot of people have had storm damage. You know, don't call just anyone. Now, I know a company, of course. I know a lot of companies, and I know a great company, and that's Genesis Total Exteriors. And the name really says it all. When I say Total Exteriors, it's everything on the outside of your house, and they can take care of it for you. So that's GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. John Fuller has been with me for so many years now. He's a personal injury attorney, and the reason they advertise is they want people to call them. And let me tell you the difference when you call John. You get John. Now, you get his office, but then they route the call to him, and he'll talk to any client who wants to talk before coming on board. In fact, there's no obligation to come on board. He has pledged to take only the number of cases that he works personally, and that's a real deal. So here's the deal. You call, you see if it's a good fit. He works on a percentage fee basis, and then you get his cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. I'll tell you what, people love this personalized attention and service, and he fights tenaciously for your rights. John Fuller, if you've been injured, give him a call with no obligation. 303-597-4500, 597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. So, doesn't that say it all? I love when the name of a firm says it all. They are financial advisors with a bent toward retirement. They want to help you build a nest egg, protect the nest egg, get some growth out of the nest egg, and get income. Those are the nest eggs they want to culture for you, and grow for you. But here's what else they do. They look at your entire retirement outlook to see what you need. Long-term planning, estate planning, what do you need? And then they help you coordinate all of that too. If you have any questions about what they do and why you need them, let them explain. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211.
Trying to think of what to do with an extra $500.
You know, Mark, I went back and I never, ever, ever, ever agreed to that. And I know your morons are going to say, oh, yeah, he did, except I didn't. So all you have to do is show me where I said it, and I'll pay you. I'll gladly pay you. I promise.
Oh, I will.
You.
I will.
No, please. No, Mark. Mark, I'm even leaving open the possibility I said something stupid, but I don't think so.
I'll get it.
Because I don't make political bets. I never bet about Hillary. I never bet. I just tell you what I think's going to happen. And I told you were wrong, and I was wrong. You were right.
You want to bet? You want to bet another 500? I find the audio.
First of all, I never bet the first one. You always make me. You always say I bet when I
listen to what I.
Sounding like Ryan and Dan.
No. I admit that I thought never in a million years would it happen. Never. But I didn't bet on it.
Okay.
And it's so easy. It's
okay.
Let's find out when we talked about it. Yeah. Okay. Good. That's all right.
I love you very
no
much.
problem.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was for dinner. I didn't think it was for money, though.
First of all,
500 bones, baby.
Yeah, sure. In Mark's mind.
Hey, you have the opportunity
in
right
Mark's
now.
Mind. In Mark's mind.
If I can't present the evidence within 30 days. Then you'll get $500. If I can,
no, you don't have to give me. I don't want 500. I would have taken it from you anyway. But by the way, honest to goodness, I just can't believe. I can't believe after all of his bragging, he's going to drop out. I just can't believe it. I absolutely can't believe it.
Well, if you just listen to me,
I am shocked.
He's shocked.
I am so shocked.
But I knew in January.
Well, you knew before that. You
now,
said
is Harris, let me ask you this. Is Harris going to win now, Tom?
No.
No.
I'm asking Tom.
Mark, I don't know, but I think that it's not impossible.
Harris is going to win.
It's not impossible, Mark.
You're going to get those people that go, she's a woman. I'm voting for a woman because she's a woman.
There's a lot of issues these guys can go at with Trump with a woman running. There is. I mean,
having a black woman
fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. Did we get Compass on, Kachina, or were you too busy talking to your boys behind the scenes about politics? Come on. I need Compass in the house. I want to ask him some questions about the insurance issue, about renters insurance, because I personally don't think renters insurance necessarily needs the apartment complex. I think they can send an adjuster there and start the process. To me, it sounds like a delaying tactic, technically. So until I get Compass on, we'll talk about other things, whatever's on your mind, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And speaking of insurance, I read today, oh my God, it's amazing. All over the country, homeowners insurance is skyrocketing all over. Now, condo developments are being dropped altogether, completely dropped. And apartment buildings and places where the losses are so hefty. And a lot of condo owners are finding themselves self-insured. Now, let me tell you what that means. You're going to have a big problem when you need a roof and it's a $500,000 job and you have to pay your share. And it doesn't matter if you're on the bottom floor or the middle floor, you're going to have to pay your proportionate share. Now, they might go by square footage of the condo, not just divide it by the number of units, but you're still going to have to pay a good amount of money. And that is going to devastate a lot of people. So here's what's really weird. A lot of people that buy condos are younger or older because it doesn't have the impact of buying a home. But it's artificial because all of that responsibility is still yours. It's just delayed. Now, here's the twin-edged sword. People who live in condos, they want low HOA fees. So they lobby for low HOA fees, or they have boards that give them low HOA fees. But then the coffers get low, and when they find out they have to pony up a crap load of money on a deductible or a co-insurance penalty or for maintenance, these owners are faced with giant assessments. And assessments they can't pay. When you live in a condo, you are subject to everyone you live with. It's like having 1,000 roommates. Because if they're not financially stable, you're not financially stable. I'm going to give you some examples that'll break your heart. There's a place Club Valencia. And this is an amazing situation. I think the people are still out on their asses. But there was a catastrophe there. I believe that was a fire. But they discovered asbestos and other things, and they couldn't rebuild. So everybody's suing everybody. Really, tenants are suing, insurance companies are suing, the management is being sued, the owners are being sued. And it's a nightmare because it's been now years and no one can get back into their units. They're displaced. I don't even know what they're doing. A lot of them have just walked away from their equity and said, the hell with it, gone bankrupt.
There is no equity. That was the problem. There really wasn't any equity because most of them had loans.
I believe it was in 2023, according to this lawsuit, fire originated in Unit 181. And the defendants have property, they own it or part of it. Then they said at the time of the fire, the defendants had leased or otherwise permitted someone to live there, and that person's being sued too. Then the fire and the remediation efforts caused considerable damages to the major premises that exceeded $5 million. The violations of duties, obligations, and blah, blah, blah are against each defendant. Now, they're asking, they're asking these defendants to pay up. They're not going to pay. Their insurance aren't going to pay. So the HOA won't pay. No one will pay. So the South Metro Fire Rescue Authority concluded that the fire was that a person left unattended something, or the person was 94 years old and caused the fire, basically. I'm trying to read through the legalese. And the negligent acts caused all of this. But they didn't have enough insurance. This is a nightmare. So,
Tom, the same was with individuals. If you recall, with the Boulder fire, 95% were underinsured. I mean, that's massive. There's a lot of people out there right now that don't even realize if their house burned down, they don't have enough to rebuild it.
No, they don't. You're right. They were sadly underinsured. And
95%.
And as a result of that, by the way, they have to walk away. And when they walk away, they lose every dime of equity they had in that home. Now, had there not been a fire, they would have been able to sell the house and make the equity, right? Or pay it off and have the house. But what happens when you're underinsured, you're screwed. Now, here's probably what happened with all of those fires. People wanted to save money on insurance, and they went to the insurance carrier with the lowest cost and the lowest premiums. And a lot of these insurance carriers did not do their due diligence. They did not accurately assess the values and therefore offered cheaper insurance. And this is how that works. A lot of people believe, well, if my house is worth $1 million, why should I insure it for $1 million? The only time that'll come into play is if I lose the whole house. But 95% of the time, or maybe even 98% of the time, I'm not going to lose the whole house. I'm only going to lose the roof or the siding or maybe some water damage or maybe this or maybe that. And the biggest claim I might have might be 100, 150, maybe 200,000. So they look for places that will insure them for, let's say, 500,000 instead of $1 million. And they think they beat the system. You see, they think, now I'll get a roof. There's no roof that's going to cost 500. I'll get a roof. If my sewer backs up, I'll get covered. But they're only 50% covered on their home. Therefore, the insurance company looks at your total insurance and says to you, you're only 50% covered for any damages. And you say, what? Yeah. Even though the roof might only be 30 grand, we're only paying 15, and then you have to pay your deductible because you were not insured for the whole $1 million. You were only insured for half of it. So you see these schlock insurance agents who you get, who offer you super cheap prices, might be doing that because they're underinsuring you. And you are being screwed in the long run because it'll come out in every single claim. So, man, I have to tell you, this is wrong. Some schlock insurance agents are even lying about the condition of the house and the roof. So if you need a roof, they make you buy one before they insure you if you need one, if it's old. But some agents, in order to get the business, they want to get their commission. They won't say, hey, this roof is old. They'll just overlook it. Then the underwriter gets involved at your next loss and say, wait a minute, you should have replaced this roof. And they don't say our agent was wrong. They say you're wrong. So there's a lot to lose when it comes to insurance. You don't trick the system when it comes to insurance. And I'm no great lover of the insurance industry, but if you want to be insured, you have to be insured for what it's worth. I can't tell you how many times people have said they had a car and it had this and this and this and this and this and this, all these upgrades. So it was really worth $30,000 more than its apparent book value. We've had this happen all the time. But were they insured for that? No, they were insured for book value. They want the benefit of the more expensive car, but they don't want to pay for the coverage of the more expensive car. Anyway, those are the pitfalls of insurance. Now, Jasmine, hang on. Kachina, give me an update. Is Compass not available today? Are they not around?
No, they're going to be available in about 15 minutes.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll have Jasmine with Compass because I want to get their take on this because I believe that her renter's insurance might be jerking her around. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, if you're having any AC problems, you're getting a break in the heat, 888heating.com. Good people you ought to call. They can come out and check your air conditioning. And if you have a solar system, by the way, they specialize in high-efficiency electric systems. That's 303-770-2776.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon, 6:30.
Dragon, for some reason, I'm getting Kachina's mic.
That's shocking.
Talk
traffic.
This report is
Shouldn't be.
blindster.com.
We can hear her loud
Over on the west end of town, 6th Avenue eastbound, we've got a crash in the right lane.
She's not talking.
Slow driving back from Sheridan, seeing about...
Who are we hearing?
Delays just east of there, I-25 southbound at 6th Avenue. Crash off on the right shoulder, has slow traffic back from 48th. Once again,
It's her phone.
5
It's
minutes
his
of
phone. Never mind.
Sorry.
Sorry.
East and westbound flowing free from the
it
foothills to
sounded like
BIA
it.
and back again through Commerce City.
The squeaky little mouse.
Driving as well. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, cooler than what we're used to. High 83 this afternoon with scattered thunderstorms, overnight low of 58. Tomorrow mostly sunny skies with a high of 88. The current temperature in Denver 69 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer custom-made faux wood and real wood blinds and shutters, cellular shades, Roman shades, bamboo shades, exterior shades, and more, all at factory direct prices. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
Hey, if you want the best deals in water heaters, bar none, you're going to call EuroPlumbingColorado.net. People are scratching their heads in the business saying, how can he do this? But he's doing it. Demitar wants to give you a deal, and he says put him to the test. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. 40-gallon tanks fully installed, the old one taken away and hauled away. And that's just $13.99, $14.99 for a 50-gallon tank. And no matter what size you want, they'll beat any price, including plumbing repairs. So call them, 303-668-6844, 668-6844, EuroPlumbingColorado.net. Hey, do you need to know where you stand in the real estate market? Maybe you have to sell. Maybe you're thinking about downsizing. Maybe you want to make a move out of town somewhere. But here's the deal. You don't know what your house will sell for. And before you bother listing it, you want to get some honest information. Frank Duran, the real estate man, will provide this free of charge, no obligation. And it's an in-depth analysis of what your house will sell for. And Frank is honest as the day's long, and he will give you all of the information you need to make a wise decision. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
The doc.
Oh, they just still. Well, that's because Savvy's not there. Who's that? I see that. Who's Savvy? She's some lady that's one of the morons. No. She just got upset that I made that.
Oh, Doc's in there blabbing about Savvy.
About who?
He made a joke last week.
About our next
You were
president?
gone. Yeah, I was finishing up. You left, and Doc put on, I didn't find out till after. I find it funny. Doc put on YouTube, a lady called in, she had a problem with a Bosch dishwasher.
Yeah.
Doc made the comment, what did he say? I have never had a problem with my dishwasher, and he was alluding to that his wife was his dishwasher, and he never had a problem. I'll pull up the actual quote.
My God.
But one person on Facebook who's on all the time got so offended by it, it was crazy. Suzanne's pulling it up. I'll give you the exact quote. Okay, hold on. Suzanne will read this. Tell me what you think, Tom.
All right.
I married a dishwasher. She never broke down.
Oh, God.
And Savvy was
Oh, God.
it.
There was a reason. I can't remember what it
Oh,
was.
my God.
Now, here's what I say, though. If I said that, I think people would find it funny because Doc is so old, they took it more serious than they did as an attempt at comedy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. They thought maybe he really meant it.
Yeah, correct. Where if I said it, Suzanne would slap me up the head, and that would be that.
Yeah, or like when I talk about hiding money, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, jeez. The world has to get a sense of humor back. I mean, they really do. This is getting pathetic.
Well, just watch the debate again.
I broke Medicare.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, I never want
Yes.
to watch that
Mark?
debate
Or
again.
we broke Medicare.
Yes.
I don't mean to plow upon your ego,
She does.
Uh-oh.
She really does.
but you did bet Tom $500, and he did lose the bet.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. Where is it? Where is it?
Well, of course. I already have it tagged at home. When we get home, I'm going to pull it
Mark,
up.
I'm saying okay if you do, but I don't think I made that bet.
I'm giving you a complete out. If I can't produce the actual
I don't want you to
audio.
I don't want you to. You don't have to pay me anything.
You have a witness.
Who?
Me.
I've got 15, 20, 30
Katrina,
witnesses.
You're calling yourself a reliable witness. So tell me, when was that bet made, Katrina? Tell me when it was made.
It was made. Oh Lord.
Yeah, sure.
It was January or February.
No, it was not. It was.
You see, they can't even agree.
No, it was in March.
No, but you're forgetting. We've talked about it a lot.
I know we
have.
have. We have. And then
I'm not sure the day we made it, but I have a good idea when it was.
Listen, you guys are like Dan and Ryan right now because Ryan lost a huge bet and he's going to have to.
Well, I'm Dan. If it's between Dan and Ryan, I'm Dan.
Dan and Mark were right on the same page. Right on the same page.
Yes, correct.
I like Mondays. You guys are feisty on Mondays.
I don't think I look back when it comes to politics. Now, I agree that I have been wrong with Trump one time, and it wasn't really with Trump. It was the interim election.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. And we're here with ProBid Energy, by the way, talking solar, talking anything you want. We have Jasmine here. We were talking about homeowners insurance and problems. And I'm telling you, we got a big problem when it comes to insurance, especially when it comes to congregate living. But even regular homeowners insurance is getting out of the realm of reality. And all over the country, people are wondering what to do. Do you know rates have gone up 60% in some areas? Can you imagine paying 60% more? Now that's on top of
So ours went up. Listen to this, man. Our auto insurance, I literally just got it from Compass while we've been on this trip. First of all, the only ticket we had on there at all was Adeline's, and she had like a speeding ticket or something. It was a very small fraction, and it dropped off. So we have nothing on there. My record's perfect. Suzanne is perfect, and Addie's is now perfect as of a couple months ago. Our insurance went up $2,000 for the year for auto, but our driving records are perfect. Perfect.
Wow. All right, so now we are getting a discussion that because of this text saying, Tom, I disagree with you on the use of checks. Mark, they say that getting the account number, and by the way, they could disguise it in some kind of a code on the bottom, but they don't. Getting the account number and getting the routing number will not allow people into my account. They said they disagree.
Okay, let me I want to clarify a couple things.
Go ahead.
And I'm being very serious about this. So, when we say that just having those two things, we can take money from anybody, that's true. And I'll tell you why. Both Tom and myself have multiple businesses that we can accept ACH payments.
Right.
So we have gone through background checks, we have opened accounts, and we have money in reserves in case if we did try to screw somebody, they can yank it right back out. So when we say Joe Blow, like some homeless guy, is not going to qualify for an ACH account. But in general, if you can qualify for that, and most people can qualify for what's called a merchant account, you can have simply the routing number and the checking account number, and you can ding people all day long until they see it.
Look,
all
Mark,
day
like
long.
a
So
lot
the
of
only
these
caveat.
A lot of these guys on the Sleaze
Go ahead.
Brigade, they had ACH. They made ACH draws.
That's right. They had merchant accounts. If you have a merchant account, you can steal credit card numbers. You can steal anything, and it's not hard to get a merchant account. I don't want people to think if some homeless guy has their check, he knows how to do it. You have to have a merchant account.
No, but it's easy. But let me tell you this one step further. If you gave a check at a restaurant and somebody, a waiter, a waitress, a wait person, a dishwasher, whoever, took a picture of the routing number and, took a picture of it with their phone, they could use that information to pass it on to the black market. When I say black market, I'm going to talk about going on.
No, absolutely they could.
Yeah.
To someone that has a black market,
That's
is a
right.
black market
That's
checking
right.
account.
You
or
know what
a
I'm saying?
Merchant account.
Yeah, and I say black market meaning, people that will trade in that, and just like they trade in cell phones, they will use that information in order to
credit
extract
card
money.
numbers. No, you actually said it perfectly. You can go buy valid credit cards. Credit cards that right now, because I have a merchant account or numerous merchant accounts, I could run through and ding 1,000 of them for $500 each. There's no doubt I could do that right now and buy those valid credit cards on the dark web. It is a black market form. That's it. It is.
Okay, now I just got an email. I'm on both mailing lists, by the way, and I got an email here called Dishonest Mondays. And this is Trump's campaign sending out on Monday all of the things that were dishonest about the weekend. Anyway, so they're highlighting Harris here. I just think it's funny. And then I got one from the Harris camp, from the Biden-Harris camp, saying that now that Joe Biden is concentrating on his presidency and Harris is taking over the campaign, it's more important than ever to stop Donald Trump because, of course, he's the greatest threat in history to democracy, and the country will never be the same. And again, I love getting both emails because you can read everything you want. Anyway, 303-713-8255. Jeremy is with Compass Insurance Group. And we're going to talk about renter's insurance and how it works, because we also had another case that came in where someone had stuff stolen out of their garage at a rental. So I'll talk to him about that as well. All of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And by the way, don't forget, if you have a problem, question, or complaint, you can always call 303-MARTINO. 24/7 to get in the queue. We'll call you back. That's 303-MARTINO.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
Easy Monday driving throughout the Denver Metro as we navigate that 10 o'clock hour. No complaints on I-25 north and southbound through town, as well as up north to the Fort Collins area and down south through Castle Rock to Colorado Springs. Back to town, I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. South of DIA, I-225 north and southbound, no complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. On the north end through Commerce City, I-270 east and westbound flowing free as well. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, a brief respite from the heat. Scattered thunderstorms this afternoon with a high of 83 degrees. Overnight low of 58. Tomorrow, mostly sunny skies with a high of 88. The current temperature in Denver is 72 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHEL.
Get immersed in new worlds and ideas with Audible. Explore an incredible selection of audiobooks, podcasts, and originals, all in one easy app. There's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
American Restoration 24/7 is a very important company to keep on file always. Because if you have a property catastrophe like a fire, a flood, a broken pipe, maybe a sewer backup, or you discovered black mold or asbestos contamination or an unattended death, there's a host of reasons, then you want someone who can come in and get it done correctly, stop the danger, mitigate the dangerous substances, and help you rebuild. And someone who's experienced on working with insurance companies who won't look to run up the bill and rip you off. Now listen, your insurance pays for most of this or all of it, but they're only going to pay once. So if you call the wrong company, you're screwed. Get Rock and his team. Put the name down. I hope you never need it. American Restoration, 8337 AM Rest. That's AM Rest. 8337 AM Rest. Now, Keel and Park are estate planning attorneys, and I love the way they do their practice. They will meet with you about your estate. That means everything you own, basically, everything you're invested in, all your collectibles, even your business. And then they'll talk about your heirs and what you want done. And then they put together a plan. All of that is free, complimentary. Once they put together that plan, they have flat rate pricing, and you decide how much of that you want to do. I mean, you don't do better than that. If you've been waiting, don't wait anymore. Keel and Park. There's an E on the end of each of those common spellings. Keel and Park. LawKP.com. LawKP.com. 970-818-8198. How much time do I have?
Hang on.
3, buddy.
Okay,
And he'll be with you as soon as possible, okay? Hold on. Good morning. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Yeah.
I met Marco.
Bendenelli?
He's a great guy.
How'd you meet?
Last time I was on the show, he was on the show.
Oh.
Super guy.
Oh, you were in the studio?
We were in studio. You were taking your test.
Oh,
And
Are you
he
familiar
had a
with our
generator
show?
problem. I said, I think we can help you. So
Are you
I sent him a
familiar
couple
with our
things
show?
for him
He's
to
a good
order, but-
man.
Yeah, he's a pretty good guy.
Okay.
How long has he been with you?
Well, we
Many,
are a radio
many,
show.
many years.
So in order
Many
to get any sort of discourse, you would have to go on air with Tom. Are you comfortable with that?
Knowledgeable and laid back, kind of.
You're right. He is. He's really cool.
No.
And,
No.
Robert Fuller.
We only
I brought
do
him
on-air calls. We don't
Bob?
do off-
I mean, Robert? I mean, John?
John Fuller. Excuse
I
me.
mean, John Fuller?
I
Yeah.
brought him. He was on for like
I thought it was
Hiram.
Hiram.
Originally it was me. And then he dropped out, and then I left. And, I think
And then
he-
Hiram brought him back?
Yeah. And he's been with you for a long time. Hiram's gone, right? He's not here anymore.
Oh, no. But he still works with iHeart. He brings clients in as an agency.
To get knowledge.
I didn't know that. Interesting.
Plus, he's working for another company. He does this on the side, I
You
think.
can if you go on the air with Tom.
Hey, wait a minute. Is the person on the one that had the insurance problem? No. Is Jasmine listening or what?
All of these assistant deputies,
10
I
a.m.
mean, she's an administrator.
Yeah, I think she fell off, so I hope she's still
Do
listening.
their work.
All right. Then I was going to have somebody help.
4 hours. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
That was just a,
Is her name Chidi? That's a funny last name, Chidi. Is that how you pronounce it?
No. 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 Your
Hey.
call would probably be
Maybe it was Shannon, maybe it wasn't you. But Dragon, do you recall, because I know we went back and forth 100 times on that Biden dropping out. And I don't
What?
think he broke me down, but I don't know. Do you recall it?
Recall what exactly?
Do you recall a bet?
He was probably in studio and heard you say it, bro.
I believe there was. I thought it was a dinner. I didn't think it was cash.
Oh no, it was definitely 500. I mean, he already owes me.
right.
I think it was 75
10
lunches,
seconds.
60.
You see, that's what he says. He always says that. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, Cheryl, I just noticed you on the line there. Hang on for a sec, please. I got to take Jeremy. Jeremy, I got a quick question for you on renter's insurance. So this woman, Jasmine, she's not on now, but she's listening, I hope. She had an apartment or a kitchen fire in her apartment, and it was 4 months ago. She said she contacted her renter's insurance, and they're waiting for a statement from the HOA on what needs to be done. Well, that doesn't sound right to me. Why can't they send an adjuster?
Yeah, that doesn't sound right to me either.
I thought so.
They're responsible for what the damage is. The HOA could have additional stuff, and that could be taken care of potentially with a supplement, but it doesn't, I can't think of a reason you would delay the initial payout and the obvious.
That's right. And I think her renter's insurance is delaying her.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. I agree with you. The adjuster could come out, clearly see what's damaged, and it's not predicated off the HOA. I mean, what if there wasn't an HOA? I mean, they're still responsible to fix the damage that the fire caused, regardless of what an HOA says.
Right. And now, if in fact you would think that they want their own adjuster to make that determination.
Right. That's my first thought too. Is it's not. I mean, the HOA can't throw on stuff that wasn't damaged. Right. So you don't typically hear of a big participation with the HOA. If she owned the condo or whatever, there could be some stuff with that. But on a renter's policy, I don't see how there's much relevance with their involvement.
Thank you, Jeremy. If you could hold on, Jeremy, I want to take Cheryl real quick and come back to you. Cheryl, and that's Compass Insurance Group, by the way, home of the insurance checkup at 303-996-9000. Cheryl, what's going on? Were you scammed with a check like we were talking about where someone used your numbers, or how?
Absolutely. So we've got a business in downtown Colorado Springs, and we buy pre-owned luxury watches. And we had written out a check a few years ago, and somebody had used the routing number and the account number, and they went to Walmart, they paid their T-Mobile bill, and a couple other things.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is real.
That's right, by the way. You can do that. See, Mark, that's not a merchant account. That's just where you can make ACH payments to someone. You can put in someone else's information and get it. That's right. That's right.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can go to Walmart and buy whatever you want with that online. Just put those numbers in.
You're right, because where they allow credit card or ACH payments, you can put that in.
You're saying I can go to Walmart.com right now and put in an ACH payment for anything?
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Cheryl, I know you can go but Mark, I know there are some websites, I swear to you, that take ACH payments. They really do. They take direct, they call it either ACH or they call it electronic check.
Yeah, but then that's possible, but then they're just back-ending it through a real system somewhere.
No, of course they are. Yeah, they are. But the consumer has no connection at all to them other than being a customer, and they're using, and they're tapping your account to pay for it. Cheryl, that's really telling. Thank you very much. That's why you should, I'm telling you, checks shouldn't even be used anymore. Now, why don't they come up with a way on a check? You would think they'd have a magnetic strip instead of the printout, for God's sakes. There are machines sophisticated enough to read those. And of course, then the argument could be made, the scammers will have those machines to read them. Thank you, Cheryl. One of the best weapons, I've said this before, is vigilance. Because you look at abnormalities in your bills and stuff, and you then say, I didn't do this. 303-713-8255. Now, Jeremy, I wanted to ask a question, but we're out of time. So if we could call you back, or you can hang on, about contents for people with renter's insurance and how that works, especially if those contents might be in a garage, which is not actually in the condo, or in the apartment. So we'll talk about that coming up. 303-713-8255. I'm stepping away for a sec.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
All right, see ya.
So what were you telling Tom? You remember the bet?
No, I wasn't here. I wasn't involved.
Don't lobby.
What were you? I heard you saying something.
I think I said, I agree with Mark if I get half. No, I didn't say anything. I think,
okay, who was he talking to? What was he talking about then?
No, I'm good. Dragon, I think.
Oh, I didn't realize that. He was talking to you, Dragon?
I think so, yeah. So I was telling him that I thought the bet was
I can't wait to get it.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna put a whole thing together.
What? Hey Mark, let me ask you about your insurance increase, okay?
No, good thing.
Yes.
Because I'm dealing with some stuff. Did you change cars? In buy different cars between last year and this year to have an effect on that, or was it just out of the blue? Boom.
We actually sold a 2020 Santa Fe.
Okay.
And replaced it with a 2023 brand new Santa Fe, and our rates actually went down because of safety equipment on the 2023. So yes, we did. but we did that midstream, and I actually got a small refund from a 1-year paid in full policy. So to answer your question, yes. But I know one of the reasons ours is high is we have expensive cars, and then the Tesla is very fast.
Yeah.
And I know that plays into it, but none of that has changed. None of it has changed.
Hey, by the way, Mark,
Yeah.
that 2020 Santa Fe,
Yes, sir.
yes, that you sold us,
Yes, ma'am.
it's awesome.
I know. People love Santa Fe's.
It just had the transmission replaced.
Oh, for free, right?
Yes, under warranty.
Isn't that cool?
That's awesome.
What'd you guys do to the tranny? It was fine.
No, it was not.
What happened to it?
You're like implying that something happened to it.
Well, I'm being serious. What happened? It just went out?
So basically, we pushed on the gas, and it took a little while to actually engage. So Adam took it to Arapahoe Hyundai,
Nice.
right there on Arapahoe.
Yeah.
And so
I think I bought it there.
And he basically, the guy that was there, he's like, no, there's something wrong here.
That's why I love...
After he drove it, he's like, yeah, this is not right.
Kelly, this is why I always sell my Santa Fe's when they're... Seriously, because I'm on the radio and take shit. I literally try to always sell vehicles when they have a 100% bumper-to-bumper warranty. People think I'm crazy for doing it, but this is exactly why. And I'll tell you this. Our last Santa Fe, the black one, which I actually sold that one like a month ago. Check this out. When it was at 90,000, I kept it longer than any other Santa Fe ever. They put a brand new engine and transmission in it at 90,000 miles.
Yeah,
no cost.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't cost us anything, which was amazing, but it just made us laugh. We're like, oh my God, I think they're, because we weren't really sure because Adam dropped, the name, my wife works for the Tom Martino Troubleshooter show.
No, there would have been. I'm telling you, Hyundai doesn't fuck around, man. If you're inside the warranty, they pay for it.
Yeah, they did everything. So they put a new transmission in it. And
I bet it was I'm guessing it was $5,000 to $7,000 if it was a cash deal.
Well, I wouldn't know because
Now that vehicle's good for another 100,000.
Well, at least I mean I think we bought it with like 50-something thousand miles on it.
Yep, probably right at 50 if I recall.
By the way, I have not
We've
interacted
only
with the
put
morons
another
today.
2,000 miles on it, so it was.
I
like
didn't get the
freaking
link for the
free.
morons today, did I?
I can't believe it went out in 2,000 miles since you bought it. I never had any issue with
Yeah,
it.
it
There's
was
the
weird. It
morons.
was really
Okay,
weird,
hold
but they
on.
fixed
I didn't
it,
have
so
them
who
on there
cares?
Did
before.
you guys he took it to have it inspected and shit, didn't he?
Yeah, we went to Kevin.
Hey, Mark, how do you do a poll?
You have to be logged in as let me see what it's called. Troubleshooter Network, so you know how to switch users, Tom.
Yeah,
If
but
you go
I'm not
click-
going to do one. I was just wondering, hey, Mark, how do you do
And
a
then-
poll? Wow, that's cool.
You just you have to be logged in.
Yeah.
As
Troubleshooter. I mean, as Troubleshooter
Let me see what
Network.
it's
Got it.
called. Tom, you got something Troubleshooter going down, Network,
bro.
so you know how to switch users. Tom, you change.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do one. I was just
Yeah,
wondering,
that's
hey,
me,
Mark,
that's
how
me.
do
Let
you
me
turn
turn
this
it
off?
on.
Sorry.
God.
Okay. That was my YouTube. Sorry.
Let me guess, you did nothing.
Oh, shut up. No, when I bring up my YouTube link, it doesn't mute. I got to mute it, or it doubles.
My God, if you said you didn't change anything, I would have had a heart attack.
No, I brought up my YouTube link so I could be part of this poll as an independent person. Bookmakers in Europe today give Trump a 64% chance of winning the election. Do you think Trump will win?
Every bookmaker in Europe. So it's kind of funny. If you're into gambling, you cannot bet on a U.S. election legally in any place in the U.S. I don't know why. I find it stupid. But if you go over to the Europe bookmakers, you can bet on their elections, our elections, Canada's elections, literally just like a football game. So right now, Trump is 64% to win, meaning Kamala's about 35, 36% behind him.
Hey, Mark, we can also insure your legs on Lloyd's of London.
Why do I? Oh, there. I see. Okay. You know, I got to figure out something here.
Come on, think about that. We can insure your legs.
Is your camera up, Mark, or just you?
Nah, just me, man. We got up early. I haven't. You don't want to see me right now, brother.
It's looking ugly.
You know, I think I remember Kachina making you a bet for 500.
No, that wasn't me.
That's a good one.
Wasn't me.
I think Dragon did too.
Dragon may have been, yes.
In fact, why don't we just...
Hey, Calvert Reef, I will watch them. They're going to end up going... Kamala's going to end up going down.
Hey, do you think there's going to be a debate?
Convinced. I had an argument. It's not an argument, but a lot of people... I'm not even going to get into it. It's a no-win argument. So
He won't win. She'd destroy him.
Well, there should be a debate.
Mark said that Kamala would destroy Trump in a debate.
Yes.
You think so?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he'd be.
Really? Why? No.
Smart,
It'll be like, it'll be insane, man.
She's intelligent. She can handle the questions. And she'd attack him. She would attack him.
Hey, look, she was put in charge of one thing.
10 seconds,
the
guys.
border.
Keyword on our website, cash. That's cash. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. I finally got online so I could talk to my morons and my flunkies and anyone else who's streaming or downloading in the future. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Tom. We got ProBit Energy Solar in the house. We got a lot of things to talk about. I want to give out my text number as well. Now, you know, iHeart has the 57739, so you can always text me there. Always, put Tom there, and it comes to us. And then I also have my Google number I give out, and here it is. It's a private Google number, and it is mine. I get every single text sent there. 747-999-5280. 747-999-5280. You can text me there too. Some of the texts I got, let me see. Tom, our car insurance went up for two of us $1,000. Now, I don't know what he was paying before, but it went up $1,000. We haven't had any kind of claim in 15 years. Neither one of us. And I don't remember the last time I said uninsured drivers and said that's a big part of it. I don't know what he's saying. I guess, let's see, neither one of us is having I don't remember. Oh, okay, never mind. He said that was part of autocorrect. So he says neither one of us has had a ticket in 20 years or more or an accident. So then he says, so I asked him how come it went up so much. By the way, he's from Compass. And he said, well, the hail claims and uninsured drivers. So, Jeremy, why is car insurance going up so much? Jeremy is with Compass Insurance Group. Why? Now, this is not why I had you on, but this came in, this text, so I wanted to ask you. I mean, is hail the biggest reason? Because all over the country, car insurance is going up. All over the country.
It's a combination. I mean, the hailstorms certainly cause more frequency, but the cost of repairs right now are really high, and especially these new vehicles with all the technology and sensors and everything that's coming on them, the cost to repair those are just astronomical. And when you look at the cost...
Jeremy, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's Mark. Mine went up.
Hey, Mark.
In fact, Mine went up $2,000. You guys shopped it everywhere. We didn't have any speeding tickets. The only thing that changed is one thing actually dropped off about 2 or 3 months ago. Our records are perfect. Everything's the exact same, and ours went up $2,000, man.
Golly.
How is that possible?
Golly. Whoa.
Because it's money coming in versus money coming out. And
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, though. I'm saying it has nothing to do with. That's all it has to do with. That's exactly why it went up. You can be a perfect driver, and your insurance will go up every single year. You can be a perfect homeowner, never have a claim, and your insurance can go up every single year.
Of course. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and I think the things to realize is it would go up a lot more if you did have those accidents, if you did have those claims. So people feel I'm being punished because their rate's going up when I didn't make a claim. And I get where that sentiment would come from, but it would go up more if you did. And so it's not everyone's rate goes up the same regardless of whether you have a claim or not, or an accident or a ticket. You still are going to get surcharged for those if you have them on top of the general rate increase, and it's going to be that much more of an increase for those folks that have that.
Okay, now let's talk about renter's insurance and contents. Does renter's insurance cover contents? First, let's take it in the apartment.
It does, yeah.
What about when you have a garage as part of your rental agreement, but it's not obviously in the apartment now? You have stuff in the garage.
That would still be counted as on-premise. So that's the key, is on-premise or off-premise. And whether it's a renter's policy or even a lot of homeowners' policies, they're going to have a limit for personal property. Not every company, but most are going to have a limit of 10% for the, so let's say you had a 100,000 personal property limit, that's going to be limited to 10% or 10,000 in this case for off-premise. So a garage that comes with the apartment complex would still be on-premise, but let's say you have it in a storage unit or somewhere else, and every policy is going to vary a little bit, but expect some sort of limitation if your property is off-premise.
Now there is a new trend out, and I got a text about this, and where the insurance complex requires you to have, if you don't have your own, you're allowed to get your own, but if you don't have your own, you must take their policy. So would they, it seems to me if they offer a policy, it would be bare bones just to protect them, but I'm not sure.
It typically is. Their concern is more that you have liability coverage. They don't care if you insure your own personal property or not. They want to make sure you have liability coverage, so if something happens, they're the ones who aren't getting sued. They want to make sure you have a source for someone to go after you and something that you're actually responsible for.
Okay. So in any case, this person had a garage broken into at the complex, but as we said, it was forced by the complex, the insurance. So probably then contents would not be covered. What do you think?
Probably. Well, you can add it. See, that's the problem. If you go into renting an apartment and you're just looking at the cost of it, they may say we have a renter's policy for, $8 a month. And that's going to be what they require, and that's going to be that liability coverage they require, and it's probably going to have very little, if not any, personal property coverage, which is for your actual stuff. You could probably say, hey, I want to change this, or they may have some, variety of what you can add to it, but most people aren't looking at it that way. It's a means to an end. I have to have this in order to get the keys and move in, and this is the cheapest option, so we'll go with it. Renters policies don't vary much in price. So, you really could go from, let's say $8-9 a month for just what their minimum liability is to about $15 to $20 a month for really good liability and also personal property to cover your stuff. So there's not much of a price difference between the two. And so if you're expecting to have your property insured, make sure you have that personal property on the renter's policy.
All right. Thank you very much, Jeremy. Appreciate that. That's the Insurance Help Center. Troubleshooter.com or
Thanks, guys.
Compass Insurance Group. And if you want an insurance comparison, 303-996-9000. Frank, you have a comment on insurance. Go ahead, Frank. What's your comment?
Yeah, I have a Ford F-150 2022.
Yeah.
And everything in my truck is being reported to the cloud. How fast I'm going, what radio station I'm listening to,
what?
All my sensors. Yeah, everything in my truck. And that's not Ford, it's all vehicles. Everything that in the vehicle is being reported to the cloud, and insurance companies now have access. They know that if I'm going 20 miles over the speed limit, so you could say I never get a ticket, but the insurance companies know you're speeding.
Well, I thought though that in order to get that information, they either read the app that you have or the thing that the little data port. You have to put something in that data port. Are you saying now it's being done by the manufacturers?
Yes, that's what I was told. Everything in my truck is being reported to the cloud, and I think there's only 2 states that you can opt out. One was California, and I forget what the other one is.
I want to ask John Fuller that. Bring John up because he's here for a commercial, and I want to ask him. Hey, John, have you heard of that?
We don't have him yet.
We don't have him yet? Okay.
Sorry, my apologies.
That's okay. But John's coming up, so I might ask him that too.
I'm here, Tom.
Yeah, John, have you heard that the vehicles report to the cloud and now insurance is tapping that?
Yeah, this comes up periodically, and I think we actually discussed it on the show a little while back. And while most vehicles, or at least new vehicles, have that capability, they all require you to give consent before that information is shared. And so I believe if the listener were to look into it in a little bit more detail, he would find that either he unknowingly gave consent or perhaps he has not given consent and that information is not yet being shared. So I definitely see that as being the way of the future, but right now you do have the ability to opt out of it.
And again, people with dash cams, the reason they have a dash cam is so they can have information. So under the scenario that, you want them to know, or is it a scenario where you don't want them to know, or is the dash cam for a different reason, John?
Well, dash cams are wholly unrelated to the information that the listener is talking about.
Okay.
He's talking about the type of real-time data that helps an insurance company decide what your risk level is based on certain data metrics, like how abruptly you stop, how fast you take off like Mark does, how fast you drive down the country roads or anything like that. But all those data points can be used to assess, how many liquor stores you stop by on the way home. You could just go down this list and go crazy, but the insurance companies would love that data because it helps them predict who the people that are most likely to get into accidents and cause claims and to be able to charge them more or just not insure them. A dash cam, on the other hand, is used solely to record what is going on while you're driving for your use alone. And so in the event that there's an accident, you have a 4K color video of that event. And so if somebody hops out of the other car and says, you were at fault, I didn't do anything wrong, you now have a video proof of exactly what happened, and you have the ability to completely rebut any suggestion that you were at fault.
Okay, good. I see. So, yeah, that's weird. So, John, do you think there's ever going to be a time where insurance is going to be such that maybe they will start pricing based on how much you're actually in that car? Because really, if you think about it, they're trying to figure that out right now. They're trying to figure out.
Well, I totally think that's on the horizon, Tom. They're basing insurance on every other metric that they can get their hands on. Your health data. Right. Every time you go to your PCP doctor and you sign the authority that gives them the ability to just disseminate all of your private health information. There's a lot of people that want to get their hands on that, and insurance companies are certainly one of them. The topic of today's insurance company is exactly that. Why why you should never sign a release for an insurance company to get your medical records.
All right, let's do that. Let's do that during your spot. I want to take Frank's comment, and then we'll go to your spot. Frank, go ahead. What is your comment?
Well, I just wanted to say I heard this on the Kim Commando show where she was saying that a lot of this information is being sent to the cloud. And when I bought my truck brand new, I wasn't even aware of it, and I wasn't given any option or.
Well,
or
okay, hold on. Let me just
out.
hold on. Let me say kind of what John was saying. This might help you out. So, like on Hyundais, we have something called Blue Link. And if you subscribe to Blue Link, you can remotely start your vehicle, turn the AC on, lock it, etc. But when you subscribe to it, I could very well, somewhere in there, when I say, yes, I want it, acknowledge that they'll sell my data. I think that's what John was trying to say.
Yeah, that you have to give them.
Could be anything.
And as John said, it might be uploaded without consent, but it can't be used without consent. I mean, what he was saying is, for them to distribute that information, they get your consent. But we have more.
My understanding with.
Go ahead.
Real quick, my understanding with Tesla is, first of all, Tesla's got more data than any other car company about their vehicles. They know everything. So with my information they gather every second I'm in that vehicle, they will use it if they're selling me insurance. Tesla actually has an insurance company or a subsidiary or something, but they will not sell it to other insurance companies. So there's an idea of how Tesla works.
All right, we have more coming up.
Lenovo. I wasn't sure what tech my business needed.
I wasn't sure what tech my business needed.
So I decided on my own.
So I went to Lenovo.com for expert advice.
My solution was a bad fit.
Our new tech is the perfect fit for our team.
When every decision matters, join Lenovo Pro, Lenovo's free membership program at Lenovo.com, and unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
So we were just talking to John Fuller, our personal injury expert on auto accidents especially. Now, John, you hinted there that when it comes to giving information to an insurance, you should not sign medical releases. Now, what does that mean?
So here's the deal, Tom. As soon as the claim is opened up with the at-fault insurance company, they begin to look for ways to devalue your claim and to find other things that they can point at as being the potential cause for anything that may be wrong with you. And the way that they do that, or at least one way that they do that, is by getting copies of your medical records that are ostensibly just to help them evaluate the nature and scope of your injuries. But the problem is, we get extra medical records all the time from medical providers. We get medical offices that just take the entire file, slap it on the old fax machine, and send it over to us, or the scanning machine or whatever. So when insurance companies request medical records, they get all of this stuff as well. And so in many respects, you've given these guys a cradle-to-the-grave authorization to get every bit of medical information that exists for you, whereas all they need is just a very small amount to evaluate the claim. So we always advise people never sign those releases. If you hire me to represent you for a case, the very first thing that we do after setting up your claim is to revoke any prior authorizations that our clients might have signed, just to keep them from going on these scorched earth witch hunts that can never help you down the road. So,
and that's why we always recommend you call John first. I mean, because, John, this is one of the things you'd warn them about. So 303-597-4500. You will talk to him, get free legal advice. If he decides to take the case, if you guys decide it's a good fit, it's on a percentage fee basis. 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. You know, the expression, I got it made in the shade, it means you got it easy, you know? And that expression has never been more true than with the company called Made in the Shade. They do window coverings for you, and of course they do more than shades. They do blinds and shutters and all kinds of curtains, soft goods, hard goods, as they say, high tech, low tech, in between tech, cell phone operated, solar powered, battery operated. They'll do it for you. They come in and measure for free. They have a designer help you pick the right stuff for free. If you decide to go forward, then they order, deliver, and have the best installers in the business. Made in the shade. DenverShades.co. 720-458-6566.
You're still alive.
Barely.
This pee-pee time.
It is.
You got,
Ten seconds here, guys.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. We got ProBid Energy with us. And right now, if you have hail damage, this is a big, giant problem with detaching and reattaching to get your roof fixed. And so why is it important? Because it could void your solar warranty. Is that right, Mark? Okay, go ahead, sir.
That's correct. You really need to go with a certified installer like us, ProBid Energy. We'll detach, work with the roofer. Once they're done and inspection is approved, we come back and reattach your system. We work with any system, Sonova certified and SunPower certified. So if you have one of those systems, you really should give us a call to get your detach reset done.
Detach and reset. Now, on the detach and reset, what else is involved? Anything at all with calibration or anything, or is it just taking off and putting back on?
It's basically taking off and putting back on and making sure the system is running exactly like it was before we got there.
Do solar systems need regular checkups or not? I was told they're pretty resilient, or not resilient, but dependable, and don't take a lot of calibration or a lot of repairs.
It's true in today's day and age, there's apps that can tell you, but you know, why wouldn't you get your $30,000 car checked out every 5 years? It doesn't hurt to have it looked at. If you're not paying attention to it or it's out of sight, out of mind, look at your app, find out, and if there's an issue, we could probably help you.
Okay. And again, these are one of the few companies that do service along with whether they sold it or not. They can help you with your system. There are a lot, I coined the phrase solar orphans, people who have systems and don't know where to go now. And that's a terrible thing. I mean, I cannot tell you the number of companies we have seen come and go over the years.
Yeah, it's been terrible.
It's been terrible, totally terrible. I don't even know what you would do if you leased your system and the company goes out of business. Have you seen some of these where people are leasing?
Oh yeah.
So what happens? I mean, do they still have to make their payments? Is it an independent finance company or what?
You're still paying it. You know, SunPower's one recently that has suspended PPAs and leases. They're not out of business, but their stock fell 73% the other day. So I'm pretty close to being in trouble. We can service those systems, but your service agreement is with them. And I don't really know what else to advise people, but we'll help you. We'll make it affordable, and you're dealing with a local company.
Okay, now I have a question here. State Farm. One guy texted me on my Google number, and he said, why do you say State Farm is not a good insurance company? That's a fair question, because I give the bad five, the top five. I'll come back and answer that and more, because there is a reason. I don't just say things out my butt like Mark. I'm just kidding. I don't mean you, Mark. I meant Mark. But anyway, Mark, he's so used to me saying stuff like that. One Clear Choice Garage Doors for your garage door needs, 24/7 service for emergencies. People say, how do you have an emergency? Well, you come home at night, right? You can't get your door closed. It's midnight. You don't want to go to bed with your door open because everything will be stolen, unfortunately. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. What a great company. They have all of their prices on their website. OneClearChoiceDoors.com.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
It's an easy Monday drive throughout the Denver Metro as we hit the late morning hours. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town, as well as up north to the Fort Collins area and down south to Colorado Springs as well. Back to town heading east-west, I-70, no complaints from the foothills to DIA and back again. North of I-70 through Commerce City, I-270 east and westbound flowing free. Heading south, I-225 north and southbound, no complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, cooler temperatures today, high 83 this afternoon with scattered thunderstorms in the PM, overnight low of 58. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Don't miss up to 70% off select major appliances at the Lowe's closeout event. But hurry, these deals are too good to last because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
You know, you're gonna hear so many things about investing and what not to invest in, what to invest in, what's safe, what's not safe, what's a great return, what's a bad return. But there's very few investment products that are guaranteed. Now, fixed indexed annuities are guaranteed by insurance companies that are 100 years old or more. And our friends at Joseph Ciano and his company, becomethebanker.org. They represent about 57 different annuities. If you're interested in guaranteed returns, guaranteed never to lose principal or anything you've gained, and guaranteed income, again, you can check them out. It's one thing for your portfolio, and that's 303-779-6600. All right. State Farm.
Pelosi now endorses Kamala.
Who does?
Who?
Pelosi just now endorsed Kamala.
Oh, of course she did.
Well, they all are.
They're going to fall.
Everyone is.
Obama has not yet.
He will.
He will.
He wants an open primary.
Who says it?
I think I'm more scared of an open primary than anything.
No, they can't.
If they actually got back to the people's choice, I'd fucking hop back on their wagon.
No, they can't lose the money.
What do you mean, hop on their wagon?
All the money that was donated to the Biden-Harris campaign has to go now to Harris.
Ah, that is a big monkey wrench, ain't it?
Correct.
Yes.
That's $100 million monkey wrench.
Correct.
It cannot go anywhere else but Harris.
They're going to all fall in line eventually.
Who cares? We already have this thing won. Nobody's gonna elect this chick. I'm sorry. I mean,
But she's a woman, and I'm gonna vote for her because she's a woman, and women need to be in power.
no.
They are in power.
True.
Thank you, but no. I'll totally pass.
Yeah, we'll
Well,
see.
we all know how I feel about women. Period. So, that's a thing.
I'll tell you who I'd vote for if she was younger and possibly still alive. Margaret Thatcher.
Wrong country.
Yeah.
There's a lot of women. There's actually a ton of women I think could run the country. It's just not her.
Or Hillary.
I'd vote for Hillary well above Kamala.
Oh, no, you won't.
Yep, I would. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, yeah.
God, no.
Yep, for
oh,
sure.
God, no. Oh, God, no.
Who did he say?
Hillary.
Oh.
I think Hillary is way more qualified. She was at least Secretary of State.
She's
Oh,
more
yeah, that
qualified.
was
There's no doubt about that.
What about Michelle Obama?
No.
No qualifications at all. Besides, she's bringing a president with her, so I guess in a way that is a qualification. Same with Hillary. It's almost like a twofer.
Yeah.
Now imagine if Hillary for a VP pick took Michelle Obama. Then you would have both Clintons in the White House, Obama in the White House, and then his wife is vice. That'd be insane.
Yeah,
that'd be too many Democrats in one room.
Well, she could. I think she's going to pick Gavin.
I don't think so. Out of Cali?
Because that's too much West Coast.
Too much California.
Because she's.
I hope it goes. I hope it goes
Isn't
exactly
she from
what.
California?
Yeah.
Then
Yep.
you can't pick another person from California.
What?
Yeah, but they can move.
Wait, what are you talking about?
You cannot
You
have
can't
the
be
vice
from the
president
same
and the
state.
president from the same state.
Really?
But that's why they switch residencies.
I didn't know that.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Wow.
That was the problem with little Marco. With Marco
Yep.
Rubio being the VP pick.
Not just
And the
Marco
fact that he sucks.
and the governor there,
There's
DeSantis, yeah.
DeSantis.
Thank God.
They're cooked, though, man. With her, their biggest thing's going to be border, border, border. She had like one job, border czar. Oh, my God, did she fail miserably. Although it sucks we're not going to see any more of those ads about Joe. Although she knew about Joe and how bad he was and didn't tell anybody.
She hasn't had a meeting with him in months, so maybe she's got plausible deniability. 10
Wow,
seconds.
I did.
630 KHAL, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Hey, Mark, I got a text here. I've noticed lately retailers charging fees when I use my cards, my credit cards. So we've gone to cash instead. Other people say that's not allowed. Now, what is the rule on that? Mark, the reason I'm asking, Mark, is we put together a company for credit card processing.
Say that again. I missed your question, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and I'm asking, Mark, because we put together a company for credit card processing with no long-term contracts, no no, we don't charge for equipment, blah, blah, blah. We have the best rates in the biz. And we put it together to help. We call it, what do we call it here?
Merchants First.
Merchants First, that's right, Merchants First, because we also have a Consumers First organization, but Merchants First. Now, Mark, so somebody said they're being charged a convenience fee or something for the credit card. What's allowed on that?
You can charge pretty much convenience fees. I don't care what the law reads. The reality is you can. You might state it as a cash discount instead of a credit card fee, but it doesn't matter. People can charge
Then
you
what is this?
a percentage.
Why are there so many people? That
We
think
do it.
that's-
We actually we have companies we structure that for. Once again, it becomes a cash discount, not a credit card fee, but it's ultimately the exact same thing.
Okay, so in other words,
It's all in how you word it.
In other words, your agreement with the credit card company is that you won't surcharge. So you're not really
in Colorado. Other places you can. In fact, I think in Colorado, I'm not up to the exact laws right now, but they might have even changed. If you drive down to Colorado Springs, every single gas station that has digital signs will have a cash price and a credit card price per gallon.
Okay, so that's the answer there. Thank you. Now, on credit.
You know what I used to do? I want to say something. I had a small business years ago, one of my first businesses, and I had a Wells Fargo account through my own company. And what I mean by this is, you know this, Tom, I sold computers. And, you know, after we would do all our business leading up to Christmas in the beginning, because this is early 90s, people just weren't buying PCs yet. So I had this consumer credit card attached to my own company. So if I ever had cash flow issues, I would swipe my own credit card, pay my own credit. How do I put this? I'd swipe my own credit card into my own account, and then I would choose the 90 days same as cash option. So I would be operating on their cash flow for free for 90 days on both parts. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But I didn't know that. That's weird. So, and there was nothing against doing that?
Well, I mean, I never got stopped for it. I bet if I read the rules, I wasn't supposed to do it. But it's just a way that small businesses, I put that out there. If someone's hurting on cash flow, it is a way to get money in there.
So explain how you do it again slowly for them, because it was a little complicated, but I got you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to put it in a different way with a different business so it makes more sense. I owned a bunch of Goodyears. You can buy a Goodyear credit card, or not buy one. You can apply and get a Goodyear credit card to use at any Goodyear across the country. You follow me?
Right.
I mean, you can get one right now. I
Gotcha.
still have one.
Yeah,
So
gotcha.
there's a 90 days same as cash option to use on a Goodyear credit card, at least back in the day, and it's still that way. If the purchase is over $500, you might get 90 days same as cash.
Okay.
So let's say you get 90 days same as cash. I have a Goodyear credit card in my name. I also own Goodyear stores. I could swipe it right on my own terminal for $5,000, choose the 90 days same as cash option. That $5,000 would be in my bank account the next day.
Oh my God.
And I wouldn't have to repay it for 90 days with 0% interest.
Now, did it have to be tied to a purchase when you swiped the $5,000?
Yeah, of course it did, but I would just phony up. I would phony up a ticket. It didn't matter. Well, no, it didn't have to be tied to a purchase inside my point of sale system. I would just swipe the credit card like I swipe a Visa and put in a certain amount of money, $500, whatever it is.
Okay, hold on.
You wouldn't put it through your point of sale system. It would be invisible on your books. It would just be cash flow coming in.
All right, hold
until
on.
you reconciled and
what is that
did
I
a
hear?
journal entry.
What is that I hear?
The popo.
I hear you.
From Mark.
The popo.
Now think about it, though. No, there's a lot of people out there that could do that. In fact, I don't mind saying this to people. If you have a small business
He's
right
being
now,
swatted.
let's say
Go ahead, I'm listening. I'm sorry.
Let's say you have a restaurant,
Yeah.
and I don't care. You have a restaurant,
Yeah.
and you're in a cash flow crunch, and you got payroll coming up. You can grab your credit card or your wife's credit
I
card,
gotcha.
swipe it right through your terminal, and you've got operating capital. You know, it's not a good position to be in, but you can do it.
Wow. Okay, I said I was going to talk about State Farm because this one guy said, he texted me, wanted to know, why do I say State Farm's not a good company? Let me clarify this, okay, when I give you the top 5. Because I say Farmers, State Farm, Allstate, Fred Loya, and American Family. Now, the number one reason I don't like these companies, first of all, none of them are illegal, I don't think. I mean, they give you insurance, they pay claims most of the time. They give you a little harder time than most. But one of the reasons, the main reason I don't like them is because there are no options. Now, there are times they will have better rates than you can get elsewhere, so you go with them. Nothing wrong with that. But that agent is captive. That agent cannot sell anything else. So if you want to save money, they can't find something to save you money. I went one time, I was looking at someone's insurance, and I said, now I notice that you have this insurance for her, and I want to know, can she get a better product at a cheaper rate? Oh, no, this is the best in the market. I said, is it the best in the market or the best you have? And it turns out it was the best they had. It was State Farm, but you could get elsewhere cheaper. Now, sometimes State Farm, Allstate, Farmers, they might beat your current rate. They may. Okay, so in that regard, I don't like the idea that you do not have choices. So you can go with them, that's fine, when they beat your price, but don't stay with them. And that's the problem people do. They stay with these companies because they assume they're getting the best deal. The other thing I don't like is their emphasis, and again, there's nothing wrong with this, but their emphasis on profits for shareholders over insurance. They're insured, so they have a vested interest in turning down claims. And when it comes to turning down claims, they fight the most. If you talk to roofers, if you talk to people who cover homes and do repairs, if you talk to people who fix cars, if you talk to people in the business, they will tell you these are the toughest companies to deal with. Even when it comes to personal injury, the toughest companies to deal with when it comes for them paying liability to others. So they're just not a great, they're just not a great bunch of people, these captive companies. They're not illegal, they're not scams, and they do pay claims, but many times the customer service sucks big time. And that's it in a nutshell, really. Okay, 303-713-8255. By the way, waterpros.net. You can get a whole house system for soft water, which is a wonderful water for cleaning and for your skin and for your plumbing. All of that you can get for just around $3,400 fully installed. That's waterpros.net.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
It's an easy Monday drive throughout the Denver Metro as we hit the late morning hours. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town, as well as up north to the Fort Collins area and down south to Colorado Springs as well. Back to town, heading east-west, I-70, no complaints from the foothills to DIA and back again. North of I-70 through Commerce City, I-270 east and westbound flowing free. Heading south, I-225 north and southbound, no complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, cooler temperatures today, high 83 this afternoon, with scattered thunderstorms in the PM, overnight low of 58. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHEL.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Fix It 24/7 for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains with an emphasis on free second opinions. So many times people say they need a new AC only to find out they don't. Or they need a full sewer line replacement only to find out they don't. That's because they called Fix It 24/7 for a bid. Not only do you get a free second opinion, but you do get that second bid, and they want to beat prices to be competitive in the market. Hey, you can't lose. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939. You know something else that I think you can't lose with? QCcolorado.com. QC stands for Quiet Cool. It's the whole house fan. Now, I have it in my home, and it keeps my home so comfortable on the hottest days, because the first thing it does is evens out temperatures from lower floors to upper floors and gets rid of the extreme heat in the upper floors and the attic by this powerful fan that is also quiet, hence the name Quiet Cool. Then what you do is you put this fan on in the morning or in the evening or throughout the day whenever it's a little cooler at the bottom and hotter at the top, and your air conditioner works less. I can tell you firsthand, I have saved tons of money by having the whole house fan, and you can too. That's QCcolorado.com, 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419. Excel Roofing, as in excellent, EXCEL. You know one thing you'll find with Excel, first and foremost, they're never going to make you sign anything at the door to check your roof. Oh, they'll check your roof, courtesy check, but you never have to sign. They don't trick you into a contract. In fact, they don't want you to sign a contract until they give you a complete and detailed estimate and contract that you can see. Now, no other company does it. They want you to sign first. How stupid is that? Now, Excel not only does that, but they won't hold you to the contract if you change your mind, and they won't take a dime from you until the job's done. ExcelRoofing.com, the way all roofers should operate. Unfortunately, not many of them do. 303-761-6400.
What's the name of that insurance broker you guys have?
Compass Insurance Group.
Compass.
He's great.
Okay.
They're great.
I'm going to call them for a quote.
They're really good.
Good. Who should I talk to?
Any of them.
Okay.
Yeah. You can talk to Jeremy. He's a good guy.
Okay.
Brian's the owner. Matt's the owner. Jeremy's been there for years. Those are the three we talked to.
Okay.
Oh my God. Somebody call. What the hell?
I have another insurance question when you get a chance that I can't answer. I got a text. How important do you think the abortion issue is for this election cycle?
Extremely. Don't you?
so out of it.
10 seconds, guys.
Coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We're talking about everything you can when it comes to consumer issues. All you have to do is call, and you can always call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. So one of the things I talk about in solar, and I have my solar expert, one of them with me at probidenergy.com, we talked about the need to get a professional solar contractor up there to give the detach and reattachment of panels and stuff for getting your roof fixed. It's really important to keep your warranty of the components alive. Let's talk about REAP. Now, REAP, R-E-A-P, what is it? Do you know what it stands for?
Rural Energy
Assistance
Program.
Now, REAP is, when they say rural, they just mean not in a dense city. You don't even have, it's not like you have to be out with the cows.
No, not at all. You could have a business in an energy
it's
zone.
only business though, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is really important. The REAP program is a grant you don't have to pay back.
Correct.
And you get it in addition to tax credits.
Correct. You could essentially, in fact,
why aren't? Okay, go ahead. Tell me
what
I'm
working on right now. We submitted to to REAP. There's essentially, it's a
no out of pocket
$0 system. For
now,
them.
now here's the deal: if it's $0 and then they get free electricity, well, why wouldn't every single business do it?
They just don't know about it. There is a process to go through. Which we help you through. We do the grant writing, everything. We get it done. Important. Yeah, I mean.
So what's considered rural? There are business owners listening right now saying, first of all, what's a business? Second of all, what's rural?
I'd have to define that, through a mapping system. Yeah, you can lay in your address and it says you qualify for REAP. REAP program.
Okay.
And one I'm doing
I said, it doesn't have to be out in the prairie.
No, I'm doing one in Longmont, right outside of town. It's a beautiful farm. They raise vegetables, and it's a huge system and a huge opportunity for them.
Because they can overbuild it as well to sell back to the grid.
If it makes it worth it, which it's tough to do right now with Excel. They don't pay it back at a decent rate. But look, you're powering your own farm, the whole farm, on this whole solar system.
And that alone
saves you thousands and thousands of dollars.
Beyond
imagination.
I heard landlords of commercial buildings can do it.
I'm not sure if they can do a REAP grant, but there's a lot of programs out there. Colorado PACE loan, where it basically folds into your taxes, so it transfers with the sale of the building, but you're still producing all your own energy.
Plus, you can charge tenants.
You can charge tenants. Yeah, there's some great systems out there. And right now, Excel has an REC, a renewable energy credit of about 4 cents per kilowatt hour.
So what does that mean? So on top of all the other benefits, what do you mean?
Tax credit of 30%. Depreciation, if you can depreciate your system, 25%. Then you get an REC of 4 cents per kilowatt hour. That might get you close to a $0 system.
Without the REAP.
Without the REAP. So there's a lot of ways. It's just I think people are afraid of it, to look at it. It's free to look at. Call us. Call ProBid Energy. We'll take care of you.
Now, are any of these available for residential systems?
No. Okay. I mean, they're really not.
But you can still get your tax credits.
Absolutely.
Obviously.
Tax credit, and there's some other opportunities coming up with a new solar lease that we're going to do that really
and
will
people
make it
you ought to
affordable.
consider on rentals as well.
Absolutely.
Because you can charge a tenant for electricity.
We're doing a couple of those right now. They're great.
Summer in Colorado.
Thanks. That was great.
Okay, Misty, let me stop you.
So my worry with Trump, he might
I'm
destroy
really
it.
bad with cars.
Why?
I just produced
He
the
doesn't
show.
believe. Well, he calls it
so I
a
can
scam.
put you in touch with him.
So.
Well, but he's got to believe not all of it's a scam.
Right.
What was the
Well, what kills me is Elon Musk, all about electricity and energy savings. He's paying Trump.
Really?
I mean, God, he's really.
All right. Hang on for me.
I wonder if he suffered since making that decision to donate so much.
Why are you not Tom?
What?
I would never buy a
Why?
Tesla. Because who he is.
Why? What do you not like about him?
He speaks out of both sides of his mouth.
Really?
He's a bully. I think he's a bully.
You do?
No. He turns me. He's smart. How's Red Rocks doing? Have you talked to them?
Yeah, they're doing really good.
Are they?
So, Doc, did you hear what Mark said?
What?
Did you hear what Mark said off air regarding making bets on the political?
No, what did he say?
He says, like in Vegas and up at the Hill, it's illegal to bet. Like if you and I wanted to bet, go in there and place a bet that Trump would win the election, it's illegal to make a bet.
Oh yeah, but you can do it in London.
Well, why would they care here?
Because
I thought
they-
in Vegas, you bet on anything. You bet
They
on
think it somehow interferes with the political process.
Oh. What do
But-
you think?
Have you ever heard of,
Think it does? You think it would? People making a few?
No.
Somebody has a VA home loan. They're selling their
I don't-
house.
I-
You can
I don't
take
think
that.
there's any way-
It's a consumable loan. You could take that loan over.
I would.
You ever heard of that?
Tell me what it is.
So you have a VA loan, 3%
Go down
rate.
to Vegas and bet.
If I want to buy that
Bet
house,
100 grand in Trump's
transfer, we can consumable transfer.
They're afraid of
Ever heard
what could happen.
No,
with
not unless you
assassination.
qualified.
You put
As
$2
a-
million
no, I
on
didn't know
Trump,
they were assumable for non-veterans.
Okay.
and then you kill
I heard that
Kamala,
a mortgage guy I know, man.
or vice versa.
Gotta be kidding me.
Oh, there'd be a motivation there.
Yeah.
Make sure it's like, what do those basketball players do? It's not skimming. What do they do when they try to throw the game?
Exactly.
It's kind of, I don't know what that's called. What's that? It's not cheating or something.
It is. Well, it's collaboration. They miss baskets, or they don't play defense.
Like Pete Rose. Remember Pete Rose? Wasn't he doing
Well,
it?
but Pete Rose bet on baseball, but he always bet on his team to win, which to me seems like, what's the big deal?
Right,
It's
that's not
Doc.
throwing a game.
No, I'm good, thank
He's
you.
paid to make sure they. I mean, you're
I know,
trying-
I've been drinking
Right.
coffee
So it might-
lately, too.
It may
I do,
motivate
too.
him. Hey, I got
Exactly.
$100,000. And
He always
you guys-
bet. He always bet on his team to win.
Oh, Doc, I didn't know that. Oh. Well, didn't they throw him out because of it?
Yeah. Well, they didn't throw him out. They just prevented him from being inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Chopper, I thought you were drunk as a skunk.
In the Hall of Fame?
Not yet.
Is he?
It won't happen until the current commissioner is out of office.
Ken, is he still alive?
Who?
Pete Rose.
Yeah.
Oh, is he? Oh. Well, they probably had
But
four or five.
Rob Manfred, I think that's his name, just is adamant against Pete Rose being in the Hall of Fame.
Well, how long's he been the commissioner?
A couple of years, but he's a young guy.
Hey, Dragon.
Oh, because
I
there's
think he's
probably.
probably in
I'm
his
s-
early 50s.
Oh, that's
Probably
cool. I'm
did
skipping
7 or
town,
8
Kelly. I'm out, Jack.
Okay.
Bye.
Have you done
Do you think he
anything?
should be in the Hall
Did
of
you
Fame?
sign in?
Yeah.
No, I didn't do anything
most-
besides Comrex.
I got it.
Later, bye.
Bye.
Well, I didn't know.
I mean,
I
guys
did
who-
not know he was just betting. I thought he was betting on opposite teams.
No.
Oh, okay.
You know, the guys who used steroids are in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Well, I learned something. I did not know that.
Well, Rob Manfred is 65.
Oh, is he?
He makes $11 million a year.
Jesus, really?
Good afternoon.
Oh.
Is that
Thank
an
you so much for
elected
calling the
position, or
Martino
they?
Yeah, by the owners.
Oh, so he could be in there for like 10.
Well, he said he's going to retire in 2029,
2029.
which means that
Mark is gone.
Mark's gone?
he'll get in.
Gone.
Rose-
Cares. Good riddance, Mark. I can quit complaining about a bet he's
cush
never going to
little
get paid up
job,
on.
isn't it?
It sure is.
I remember this bet. It was in March. It was not in January or February. It was in March.
I remember that
I
there
wonder what the
was a
football
bet. The
commissioner-
exact stipulation.
That's
Don't know.
There was,
He's been in
and
there
it was $500. He's right. But, you know, Ryan has to pony up a fucking tomahawk ribeye steak
Those are expensive.
from Shanahan's. $200.
Oh.
$200 steak.
Roger Goodell.
So,
Lewis set to
who would you
expire.
rather be right now?
Quarterly earned
Why would he think that?
$63.9 million annually.
No, that's really good.
He gets 63 mil a year.
Annually.
And I just have to sit here.
Well, the baseball commissioner's getting ripped off, Doc.
If we're going to stay in our
At
own
11.
in, but I don't think we'll stay. We got too much.
A lot more
hours.
baseball
Our
games
kids
played
are-
than football
I mean,
games.
Central Park. It's the prime.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Tom
Staple.
Martino Show.
It's surrounded.
Yes, this is Kelly.
No, this is Patrick.
Shedding shit. Yeah.
Yes.
Start shedding.
Oh.
What would you shed your
Sweet
properties? You would-
Caroline.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. What's on your mind today? I mean, I hope that you don't have a lot of problems, but if you do, you can always call us because we love helping people. So,
Hey, Tom, I'll give you some quick
excellent.
follow-ups.
Excellent. So, people, if you're listening, you can call 303-MARTINO at any time, day or night, 24/7, and leave a message. That's 303-627-8466. The only thing Mark's going to have to live with when I'm gone here is that number. He's not going to be able to say major because it's not enough letters. So there. Anyway, 303-627-8466. Go ahead, John. Oh, my God, I almost called you.
It's Doc, remember me?
Yeah. Hold on. I almost called you something else. I don't even want to say what it is. I don't know if Mark heard it, but maybe he heard me slip. But anyway, go ahead, Doc. What is happening?
So, remember George called up on Friday about his car being a jewel? And I said I would
Yes,
stop
his
by.
2022
Ram.
Dodge pickup.
Right, Dodge Ram, right. So I went over to Jewel, and it was the wrong one. I didn't know there were two, and George didn't know there were two. There's one in Denver by Parker Road. And
Well, which
that's where
one? He didn't know which one it was at?
No, he didn't tell me which one it was at. So after I went there, I called him back, and he said it was at the one on Wadsworth. So I called him up, and he said, I called him up to get the number, and he said they must have heard you on the radio because they told me today that my truck is
How many
actively
times does
being
that happen?
repaired. Instead of being in the shop, it's actively being repaired.
How many
So
times does that happen, bro? How many times?
What's that?
Where they hear it on the show and they get to it.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
And then, remember Dominique had a problem with XL?
Yeah?
So I told her, I said, Dominique, do me a favor.
This one was
Go-
where she and two roommates moved. Oh, God, this
Right,
was so
right.
complicated. Anyway, here's what happened. They moved into an apartment, and one of the roommates thought she transferred her electric bill over to the new apartment but Excel failed to make the transfer, so they were paying on the old apartment. Go ahead.
Anyway, so I spoke to Dominique. I said, look, this is very complicated. What you need to do is go to one of the Excel brick and mortar places and show them, what's going on, because no one's going to listen to it over the phone. And I said, go pick, just go to one.
Did
near
she
you.
do that? I didn't know they had brick and mortar. They still have some.
Yeah,
Really?
they do. So I said, look, go to one near you. If that doesn't work, call me back, and I will go down with you, and we'll get this straightened out. Because, right, it's so complicated.
Oh, it is complicated because while they're paying on the old apartment, or the one roommate was paying on the old apartment, she was collecting from them for their share of the, and it was really the old apartment.
Right.
Meanwhile, the new apartment was racking up bills that the management company had. Oh, it was terrible. Terrible.
Right, so I think it's so much easier to do it in person. So she's going to get back to me and let me know what happens. And if it's complicated, I will go with her.
Of course.
Yeah,
That's
I'll go with her.
part of what we do is help people help themselves, right? So let's real quick here. Let's talk to. Do you have another one, Doc?
No, those
Okay.
two
Excellent.
are in the chute.
On the one with the. That's the one for the body shop there. That's cool. Hey, Martha. What is going on now? Had you called us before you were working with Deputy Bo? Is that right?
I did. About 3 weeks ago, I had a
gonna look it
brand new LG dishwasher that was leaking.
Oh, what? I think I remember that. The LG. I thought it wasn't a fridge. It was a dishwasher. I'm sorry.
It was a dishwasher.
Okay, got it. I just have the wrong notes here. I think. So what happened?
Well, Kelly hooked me up with Deputy Bo a week before last, and he called LG's media relations and got me a phone. The relations told him they were on top of it. It was handled. He got me a number I could call, and by darn, they called me back, and we negotiated for a full refund.
Oh man! Now, are you happy about that? Getting a full? What are you going to get now?
You know what, Tom? They're letting me keep the dishwasher. I'm going to run it into the ground.
Oh my God, that is so wonderful. But what about the leak?
Yeah. The leak is still there. They sent me actually a gasket, but the problem is they use Sears A&E as repair, and they never came out to do it. So
you're going to be money ahead. Here's why. You got the dishwasher, you got the refund, now get it repaired.
Exactly.
Damn, can't.
Exactly. That's what I'm going to do.
Gosh. That is
but
another.
If Bo wouldn't have made that call.
Man, that is. Hold on. We got another one then. Bing, bing, bing. Thank you, by the way,
good,
for
Martha.
calling and letting us know. Bo, that's pretty good work.
Yeah, it worked good.
Now.
Good luck, Martha.
Yeah. Man, and
Thank you, Bo. Appreciate it.
Sure. And then and on top of that, they say you can keep the dishwasher, for goodness sakes. Wow. Now, 303-713-8255. Mark with ProBid Energy. I was told, Mark, that if you source materials in the U.S., you get a 40% tax credit, not just 30. So some of your systems truly would have 40% tax.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a huge boost for residential and commercial solar.
Now let's talk about this. I want to talk about the landlords. This is something we've never really talked about. But the way I look at it is, if you have an apartment house, would that be considered a commercial system where you can get that
multifamily?
But would you be able to get that REAP on it?
No, I don't believe you can.
Okay,
because it's not a rural business.
But if you had, let's say, a fourplex, a duplex, if even any kind of a rental, okay, an apartment house,
small area, anything.
Yeah. So if you did a system, you could charge for electrical use.
Sure. I mean, if you
I
really
wonder how
think
you
about,
do that.
If you think, well, they might have their own meters, they may not, or you say we're going to collapse your meters into one, and we're going to take care of your electrical. But as a
By
good
square footage
landlord,
or something,
yeah, you're locking in rates. There's no chance for your rates to escalate because you're producing all your own energy. You throw a couple of huge batteries in there too, you're powering your home overnight or your condo or your apartment complex, things of that nature. There's a lot of great solutions, but they do take some upfront investment. And
Is
the
solar
payoffs-
going away? Mark once said, Mark, are you still there? Did he
I
tune
think he
out?
took off.
Did he take
Yeah.
off? I was wondering, he said if incentives go away, credits, you can kiss goodbye, solar. Is it, do you
It's going
think?
to be tough.
Yeah.
It'll be tough.
Because it's tough now, and
It's tough right
people
now.
get incentives.
Finance rates are kind of ugly, but we've got a new loan coming up that is pretty attractive that I can't really say too much about, but once we do get that approval, it might make it again affordable.
What do you think the biggest objection now is to solar? What are some of the biggest objections?
You know, I think some of the biggest objections are interest rates are high.
So the tax credit, of course, leaves a balance, and that balance has to be paid. And if you don't have cash to pay for that balance, you got to finance it.
Yep.
But do the interest rates outweigh the savings in electrical, or can you at least break even? If you even broke even, it would be okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can break even, and people just want, they want that immediate
What are some of those
payoff.
rates running right now for solar?
Well, there's those renew loans, which are probably the best loans because there's no dealer fees. Are at 8.74%.
Yeah.
It's still
God,
up there a little bit.
Are we going to see, and this is an overall question, maybe for even my YouTube morons, we ought to put up a poll, but do you think we're going to see any interest rates that come down? By the way, I wonder.
Well, they keep threatening that they're going to drop the basis of what I point or whatever it is, but till it happens, I don't believe anything anymore on rates.
Now, by the way, I noticed one of my YouTube morons is on that, and I think he's getting into renewables and electrification or stuff like that. And we have another client, 888heating.com. He says for people with solar, they have a complete electrical package, I guess part electric furnace and part regular furnace, and then water heaters and stuff that can go back and forth.
Hybrid heat pumps, yeah. The hybrid heating systems are, you keep your gas furnace or get a new
Yeah,
gas
but you
furnace.
try to get as much on electrical when you have electrical.
Yep, and then you do an electric heat pump. And what you do is you set up your system so when electricity is more expensive because it's harder to pull heat out of the air in the winter when it's 20 degrees, it auto switches to your furnace. So you're saving money that way. So it's a great way to balance a residential system with solar and heat pump hot water heaters, heat pump HVAC systems, and having a hybrid system.
Now, as far as Misty goes, she has a problem with a truck. Misty, what's happening?
So I take my truck into Mike Shaw on Tuesday, the 16th.
Okay. Tuesday, okay, the 16th. We're talking about, okay, got it, all right.
Okay, so then I take my truck in. They don't tell me that they're going to keep it for 3 days. All I want is an oil change and a diagnostic on a lifter kick.
Now, wait a minute. Did you ask him how long it was going to take?
No, I probably should have. That was my bad, too. I'll agree with that.
And it was on Tuesday, what date was that, did you say again?
The 16th.
Got it. Okay, so what happened?
So then I take my truck in to get the diagnostic and the oil change done for the lifter kick. So I pick up my truck on Friday, I think it was, and I go to get in it. I go to start it, and it won't start. But it's ticking like it's a loose connection. So the guy that...
Well,
the service
ticking
guy that was
sounds
there
like your lifter. Now, you said it wouldn't start. You mean so it was going click, 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 click? Oh, I get it. Okay, got it, yeah.
Yeah, like it was just clicking, like it, like a loose connection.
Got it.
And so I go in there. And so the guy hears it. The guy who's helping me hears this, and he grabs another guy to come over with the jump box.
Yeah.
Put the jump box on it, and then finally it starts. Well, as mechanics, I would think that if they didn't bring my truck never had an issue starting before, they would check that, before they let me leave the lot. So I go home, I park my truck. Mind you, we have to rent a car because they have our car for 3 days. So
by the way, just to be fair, 3 days nowadays is not unusual for anything.
Right.
Anyway, go ahead.
Right, I get that. So we rent a car, whatever. That, is more money. But I go to We don't drive it for that day or the next day. We go get in it. We drive it to Best Buy. It starts fine, and then it dies. We go into our store, come back out, and won't start again. So we call back Mike Shaw. They send a guy over there to come over there to do with another jump box. The guy tells my husband that, my husband's like, I'm pretty sure that the negative cable is loose. And the guy's like, oh, it's okay. It doesn't have to be tight for it to start. Yes, it does, sir.
Well,
Yes,
it would be optimal. I mean, technically, if it's strong enough and it's not tight, it would. But anyway, where are we going with this?
So we're sitting there for out in the middle of nowhere. They leave my truck there. Obviously, then they call me and tell me that they tell us to take it back to the dealership. The dealership tells us, you would think after they left there, they would come back and meet us there to get the keys or something. Nobody comes back. The whole store's empty. They're gone until the next morning.
Well, Misty, wait a sec. I guess I lost you here. When you said you picked up your truck and you needed a jump, then a few days later,
Right. Not a few days later, the next day.
Oh, the next day, hold on.
Yes.
Right. And then the next day you needed another jump.
As we're coming outside of the store, yes. So we're coming out of the store.
Right, I get it. And they came, did they come and give you a jump or not?
3 different people show up there because they can't get it to start. So they tell us that they don't believe that it's our battery, to bring it back to the dealership, and they will find out, look at it, and see what's wrong.
Oh, I get it.
So we go back to the dealership.
I got it.
They still don't, nobody else returns back to the dealership with us, and the service department's closed. Nobody comes back there. So here we are stuck with the truck still won't start again, and stuck at the dealership with nobody there.
Wait, how did it get to the dealership? Did they tow it?
They finally, after the third person, no, they told us they didn't have tow trucks. The third person that came and finally put jumper cables instead of the jump box on it, and then it started.
Oh, okay.
My thing is their customer service, and their whole thing of it is okay, it was something minor. It was only the battery cable, but they still tried to get me to buy a brand new battery. Then they tried to convince me that it was my fault that the truck wouldn't start anymore.
So let me ask you something, though. This is the big question for me, Misty. Did they loosen your battery cable for anything?
Yeah.
For what?
Okay, so that was my question.
Wait, for what? Why? If you went in for an oil change or for lifter diagnostic, why would they have touched your battery?
So that's my thing.
Well, no, I'm asking. I mean, in other words, is it possible it wasn't their fault?
No, it's not.
Break when you can, buddy.
Whenever they're doing the diagnostic and they put the computer on or whatever, they have to do stuff with the battery, and they had pulled it off to clear it code, is what they did.
Okay, so they did mess with the battery, is what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
all right,
yes,
okay, hold on. I'm going to come back to you. I want to know what we can do and what you need. I get why you're pissed. That they messed with the battery cable. They didn't put it back properly. It was really inconvenient. Okay, we got that. We got more coming up. Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, think Plumline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plumb crazy value. I use Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. All right, if you're looking for the best carpet cleaning that will have the best benefits for your home, then you want ZeroResDenver.com. The only people I'll let in my home, once I found out what they do and how they're different, they use this water that's super soft, alkaline-based cleaning water with nothing else in it. It's, I call it an empty water, meaning it can absorb. It doesn't have a bunch of minerals and crap in it. It absorbs and washes away and all the pathogens and allergens and takes all the crap out of your carpet from previous cleanings and leaves it without any residue. So it it dries faster and stays clean longer because residue attracts dirt. Plus, it's unhealthy for you. None of that. So now the indoor air quality of your home through the biggest air filter in your home, the carpet, plus the way the carpet looks and feels, you're never going to go back. That's ZeroResDenver.com, no matter what the price, but they have great deals like 3 rooms at around $33 a room. They do tile and grout. They do duct work. That's ZeroResDenver.com. Love them. 303-471-5150. Okay, another place that I really like is Genesis Total Exteriors because I've been dealing with Mark and his team for 25 years. You need a company you can trust when it comes to your home. And they do it all on the outside of your home, from the roofing, siding, gutters, fascia, soffits, stucco, decks, painting, fences, whatever. They do it all. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, especially now with storm damage. One source for everything. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Investments come in all shapes and sizes. Now listen, here's the truth of the matter. Not all investments are good. Not all investments are bad. You got good, you got bad, you got in between. But one thing you can have is a safe investment. And that's what MyMoneyMyWay.com specializes in. Certified financial planner Joseph Chiano wants you to have a safe investment. That's why he deals with an income-producing annuity that will grow tax-free and guarantee you never lose a dime, and guarantee your rate of return, and guarantee income for life. Find out more, mymoneymyway.com, 303-779-6600.
10 seconds here, Tom.
K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show, here to help you. And Misty was complaining, and I don't blame her. She said she takes her truck in. Now, she was upset anyway because it took 3 days to get something done, and, people are having that problem all day long. But anyway, she said they had to take off a battery cable when they put it back. They apparently didn't put it on tight, so it didn't start right away when she went there. They had to jump her, and instead of tightening the cable, she goes her merry way, and the next day it has to be jumped again, and it goes back to the dealer, and she's just pissed off because, it's fixed now. It was just a battery cable. But anyway, Misty, what did they offer you anything, like maybe a gift certificate for oil change or anything? What did they
No, nothing. So my diagnostic that they gave me, if they don't even know that they still tried to sell me a starter after the fact. They still tried to make me believe that it was my starter.
Wait.
So
Once they changed out the cable and it worked, what did they say about?
They never changed out the cable. They never changed out the
Or
cable.
not changed it, but tightened it. Once they tightened
They
it.
didn't even touch it. They never even, I don't know if they tightened it. They must have tightened it at the shop when they went back to look at it. But when they called us, they told us that it was our starter, that it wasn't the battery, and that it still wasn't starting. So they gave us a quote of $1,500.
God.
So my husband told them, no. Is my truck starting right now? Does it start right now? They told us no, it would not start. So my husband said, I will fix that issue on my own then. Don't touch my truck anymore.
Good.
It's not the starter.
Then what did he do? What did he do then?
We called AAA, had AAA bring our truck home.
Yeah.
As soon as that truck came off of the truck, I started it, and we've never had a problem since starting it. So how am I supposed to believe that the diagnosis
that sucks,
that they
Misty?
did on my truck
Misty,
is
that
right?
sucks. I mean, if they tried to put you together for $1,500, that sucks. Did you let them know that?
Yes, I told him all this, and then I called the general manager today to speak to him because he was out for the weekend. I can't get him on the phone. I can't get a return call. I paid $320-something for an oil change and a diagnostic, and now I don't even know if the diagnostic's correct. Because they don't know, they're trying to do me everywhere else. So
hey, can I ask you something real quick? I need to ask you something real quick. The diagnostic you wanted on the lifters, why?
Yes. Because it's ticking. So they say that these 1500s have a Hemi kick or whatever. We just wanted to know if it was the lifters or if it was an exhaust leak.
Right.
Because if it was the lifters, our lifters are still covered under our warranty that is through Mike Shaw. From when we bought the truck. If not, and it's just an exhaust leak, we can fix that. My husband can fix that.
I got it. What year is that?
It's a 2017 Dodge Ram 1500.
Okay. So, Sheridan Auto Tech.
Spend all this money to fix.
Hey, Misty, what you can do, leave a bad review on Yelp. These dealers are so concerned about bad reviews. I just bought a Hyundai, and I must have gotten at least 4 or 5 different surveys about customer service, etc. And the dealership called me up several times to make sure that I filled out the questionnaire and gave them good reviews. So I would definitely put a bad review on Yelp.
What else do you want, Misty?
I want my money back.
Wait, whoa, now, wait a minute. Now we're getting somewhere. Money back for what?
For the diagnostic. How do I know that that's even the right diagnostic? If they were going to charge me $1,500 for a...
How much of that... Okay, let's analyze that, though, Missy. How much of that was for the diagnostic and how much of it was for the oil change?
Okay, so they charged me $110 for the oil change. They gave me a package deal for 2 oil changes. They didn't rotate my tires like they were supposed to. I had to remind them to do the oil change after the diagnostic.
But how much were you charged for the diagnostic?
$190-something, $198 for the diagnostic.
And what was the result of the diagnostic?
Our bolt needed change on the exhaust manifold.
Hold on, I'm getting.
And that it was a $1,500 quote.
Hold on a sec. The result of the diagnostic on the lifters, did they recommend any work? I didn't hear you before. Go ahead.
They just said that they gave me a $1,500 quote and said that it was an exhaust leak on the exhaust manifold.
Okay, now here. Okay, so here's what I suggest.
On our car no more.
I got an idea for you. Then I really do. What I would do is I would go to Sheridan Auto Tech, and I would say to Kevin, I was on the show. I call him and ask him, and say that they told me we had an exhaust leak causing this tick on the lifters, and they quoted me $1,500. Can you verify if there's truly, because if there is an exhaust leak, like you said, you want to deal with it, but ask them to look at that, because if it is not accurate and they charge you $195 to tell you a lie or to quote you, I would agree with you. We'll fight to get your money back. But we don't know it's a bad diagnosis. We don't know that.
But, so my thing of it is that, exactly, I don't know now. So that's my whole thing.
Well, I know, but you can't demand a refund because you can't demand a refund because you think they gave you a wrong diagnosis. We got to verify it.
Right, and that's my only thing. Is like, we don't have, times are hard right now. You know what I mean? We don't have another $200.
Let's ask Kevin. Hold on. I want to ask Kevin how much it'll cost to verify that or not. Maybe it's not going to cost that much at all. So hold on and let's figure that out. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino.
Is this Zero Res coming up again,
today
bro?
6
Correct.
Okay, I wanted to make sure.
Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Over on the east end of town off Highway, East Alameda Avenue, we've got a crash in the right lane at I-225. Watch out for brief detours, crews on site. I-25 north and southbound, we're showing highway speeds through the metro area as well as up north to Fort Collins and down south to Colorado Springs. Back to town, I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. South of DIA, I-225 north and southbound, no complaints through the Tech Center and Aurora area. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, a bit cooler today. High of only 83 this afternoon with scattered thunderstorms in the PM. Overnight low of 58. Mostly sunny skies tomorrow, high 88. The current temperature in Denver, 78 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
You know, I'll tell you, if you are looking for carpet cleaning second to none with a great result, because not only will your carpets be cleaner, the inside air of your home will be cleaner. I'm serious. And your entire feeling of the carpet, because Zero Res Denver does more than just clean the carpet. They kind of clean out all the old cleanings, so to speak, with all the residue that was left there. See, they use this softened, energized water. I call it energized. They don't. It's a softened kind of alkaline-based water with an electrical charge that is so amazing for cleaning ability, with no residue, no chemicals, no soaps, no emulsifiers. And what it does is it keeps your carpets clean, and when they dry, there's no residue whatsoever. They use less water, and not only do your carpets clean faster, and dry faster, they stay clean longer, plus a healthier indoor for your home. I mean, how much more can you say about carpet cleaning, right? The only ones I'll have in my home, ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. Well, Okay, so I'm going to turn off my mics here.
your Bo?
Yes, sir.
Is your call screener working?
Careful, they're on that.
You know, I haven't checked. I had this up. Is yours up?
Yeah.
You got the calls up?
Yeah, I got 2 calls on it.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm gonna try.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
They had like 5 or 6 people walking on that.
I was thinking that was interesting.
Better
what
be careful.
You said. I didn't know there
Slow
were
proof.
brick and mortar
Why you couldn't
stores.
put any other members of the security detail up there?
Is that the ones like you can go into a
Careful
gift
now.
shop and pay
Including
electric bill?
snipers
Say it again?
who
Is that
have
like
to
when you
go
into a gift shop
on
and pay or a grocery store and
different
pay your
stuff
electric
all
bills
the
and then buy
time.
brick and mortar stores?
No, they actually have brick and mortar that are just Excel.
Really? Yeah, I didn't know that.
I looked it up. Apparently they do.
Well, that's nice of you to go down there because I was dreading that case. That case sounded it's complicated. What are you doing today? Is it?
Today's poker day.
It's poker day. Did you go to the store and get all your stuff?
This is our big game. And Tuesday's my little game. I'll tell you what's really interesting. I got this the King Supers app, and when I go shopping, it really saves a lot of money. I'm amazed. You just
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. So Mark has a question for ProBit Energy. I'll have him on first, and I'll go back to Misty. Go ahead, Mark.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just curious as to how hard it is to sell the tax credit, the large tax credits.
That's a good question, because people that get tax credits can't always use them.
Yep.
Now, I know that I'd love to buy tax credits. To me, it's a no-lose situation. If you know someone has tax credits and you can buy them, let's say, for 80 cents, why wouldn't you do it? That's a 20% savings. So, Mark, what is the real deal on selling those?
I really wish I had an answer on that. I just don't. I mean, it sounds like it's almost too good to be true,
But have
right?
you heard of people buying them?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. In fact, bringing up a historical.
But is there a
thing-
broker? I mean, who do you go to sell them? And how do you transfer them? Like if Mark got them for his system here,
Yes.
he's calling in. How would he transfer them to me if I wanted to give him 80 cents on the dollar?
That's above my pay grade.
Okay.
That's where
you know what?
CPA has
You
to
know
come
what?
in.
We maybe should ask. And that's a good question, Mark. You've heard of selling them, though, right?
Yeah, I went through Brook, and I'm getting one, but I'm scared to death that
Well,
I.
wait. So can you use your tax credits or not?
I don't make enough to. I'm a owner operator. I don't gross enough to use that much tax credits.
How much credit are you getting?
Yeah, 70,000 is what would be required to make it a zero.
And what would you be willing to sell them for? Because you know what? I am not kidding when I tell you, you'd be a moron not to buy them if you can get a discount. I mean, you're not expecting 100% of it, right? You know you have to discount them, right?
What I understood is I would get 85% of it.
Okay, even 85% is better than paying 100%, right? I mean, in other words, to me, why wouldn't anyone do it? The only time I think there would be risk is if you didn't really get them. So, did you get them yet?
Not yet. No, it's still an underwrite.
You know, I think this has been brought up enough that I think we need to actually explore it. So, Kachina.
Go
ahead, sir.
She's she was not nearly as enthused about sell them as what I've been told.
Now, who wasn't?
So, the grant writer.
Did you get a REAP grant?
Yeah.
A what?
A REAP?
Yeah,
grant?
when you said the grant writer, you're getting a grant?
Yeah, I'm applying for the grant. And
Wait. For a commercial, so you're putting in a commercial system?
It's supposed to be a commercial system, yes. But the LEAP grant covers either, by what I understand, you can get the large commercial system or you can get a smaller system, which I'm kind of leaning towards doing now because I'm really worried about getting my tax credits sold. After I spoke to that grant writer,
what company are you going through?
Red Rocks.
And hold on. So when you talk to Red Rocks, what constituted a commercial system? What is it?
Well, it was when I first talked to her and she told me how it would be. She explained to me, and I don't really.
No. I'm asking, what is the system going on? A home, a building, a factory? What is it going on?
It's ground based on my property.
Are you in a rural area?
Yes.
Okay. But what classifies it as commercial? The fact that it's on your property in the country doesn't necessarily make it commercial.
What's your business?
Trucking.
But is that land, is that area, do you live where you're putting the solar system in?
Yes.
How is it being classified commercial? Do you know?
I don't. I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay.
I don't understand it.
But is the grant going through?
Well, now that's another thing. I mean, because you got to compete for these grants. And,
right. Yeah.
And
you don't really compete, but there's only a certain amount of money. That's
for
right.
The money, yeah. Mm-hmm. And the larger companies come first. The big commercial systems.
That's right. That's right. But she's been successful. She's been successful at getting smaller ones done.
Right.
But what I want to know is, what stage are you in right now?
I'm just waiting on the grant writer to, and then to see if I get approved or not.
Had it been submitted already?
Yes.
Okay, so it takes about 3 months to get an answer back from REAP.
But right. I'm curious. I'm just curious. And again, I have faith in these companies, in ProBid Energy here, probidenergy.com, and Red Rocks Solar. I mean, I have faith in them, but I'd like to know how you were eligible for a commercial system.
I can ask.
Yeah, I'd like to know. But I would also like to know how you buy a dang tax credit. Well, let's explore that because we have another hour to go. I wanted to maybe get someone on who can tell us how to do that, how to buy and sell credits. I'm Tom Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
New slowdowns on the north end of town, I-25 southbound at the 128th Avenue overpass. A stall in the shoulder has slow driving back from E470 and Northwest Parkway. Folks moving slowly around this one. We're seeing about 20 minutes of delays for folks heading into the Denver metro area from the north end. South of there, I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Just east of DIA, I-70 eastbound, watch out for some road work in the right lane between Airport Boulevard and exit 292. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, high 83 degrees, a bit cooler than what we're used to. Overnight low of 58. Tomorrow, mostly sunny skies with a high of 88 and increasing temperatures throughout the week. The current temperature in Denver is 78 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
So EuroPlumbingColorado.net has the best prices anywhere when it comes to water heaters. That's Euro Plumbing. You can get a 40-gallon tank fully installed for just $13.99. a 50-gallon tank for $14.99, and no one can touch those prices. In fact, they say they want to be put to the test at Europlumbing Colorado, not just for any size water heater, but also any kind of plumbing repair, including garbage disposals and sump pumps. Europlumbingcolorado.net, 303-668-6844. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney, and I hope you never need him, but I know one thing: when you do need someone, you're going to love It's John, because you can call him, and when you call that number, he'll talk to you. Unlike any other PI firm, when you call the Fuller firm, Fuller Law, you get to talk to John Fuller, the lead attorney, before making your decision. If you want to, he'll give you a lot of free information about your case. If you decide to hire him, then he works on a percentage fee basis, but there's no obligation when you call. And then, by the way, he then works with you. So it's just wonderful to work with someone who gives you his cell phone number that you can call or text at any time. That's John Fuller, 303-597-4500, 597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. Hey, if you want a free second opinion on anything, if you're told you need a furnace, you need AC, you need any kind of a drain replacement, anything that's going to cost you some money, call Fix It for a free second opinion. They're not going to come out automatically to sell you something. They'll see if you really need a replacement and what you're paying. And let's face it, once you have a bid, they can only either beat it or just tell you the honest truth about what it costs. You have nothing to lose with Fix It 24/7. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939. Let me get this straight. Are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Is this guy on line one going to be an asshole? Is he mean or what? What does that mean?
It's Marc Mager.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So he is.
Literally what he told me.
Oh, okay.
So he's a moron.
What does he want to talk about?
I don't know. He wants to talk about the solar thing.
Oh, okay, cool. About buying the tax credits?
Yeah, with Mark, the guy that's on line 2.
No, I get it. Yeah.
Mark.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, okay, that's cool. Yeah.
And apparently Dragon doesn't want to look at my boobs, even though I have a
Whoa!
fantastic T-shirt on.
Where did that come from?
Jesus Christ.
What the hell? I'm just sitting here minding my own business. Dragon, look at my boobs!
I have the best T-shirt on today. And it's like such a Dragon T-shirt. So excited for my kid to come.
To look at your boobs?
I hope not.
Yeah, see? Awkward, isn't it, huh?
He doesn't really look at my boobs very
Hey,
often.
can we get... Do you think our accountant knows how to buy a tax credit?
I sent Jesse a note, too.
I
sent Jesse a note to see if he's got somebody.
It's true. You said you won't look at my boobs. So you don't even know what my shirt says.
Did you order your sandwich? Maybe they'll look at your boobs.
Once the agreement is finalized, the seller will transfer the tax credits. How?
I think Jesse's trying to get me someone.
You know, here's the thing.
10 seconds, Tom.
Brothers podcast, Jake Kobe hops on the show Monday to offer his thoughts on the 2024 campaign. Tune in at 2 here on 630 KL.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Did Mark hang on? Okay.
Yes, he did. Sorry.
But in any case, we're going to get someone on to try to talk about the transfer. From the research I see, they say there is a form you have to fill out, an IRS form, and then a purchase contract has to be executed. And then they literally transfer with this form the tax credits to you. But again, I don't know exactly. I think the form is called 5695. No, that's to claim the tax credit, right?
Yeah, there are some clearinghouses that do market the tax credits. I'm trying to get
So I'm
somebody.
sure they take a commission on it.
I'm trying to get somebody
Tom?
on the line
Yes.
for us.
I have Mark back.
Oh, good.
Our Mark or the other Mark?
Our Mark.
Okay, Mark, what I saw you were calling me Mark and I couldn't pick up. What's going on?
No, listen, so this guy, there's a lot of Marks on the show today.
Yes.
So look, this freaking moron who you just talked to, and I know he's listening, you are a moron.
Why?
I talked to him. I talked to him like 2 weeks ago. He emailed help@troubleshooter.com saying, "Hey, I think Brooke in Red Rocks is screwing me." So, I dropped everything I'm doing. I call him up. Well, it turns out he went around and called some grant writer or whatever, which is no big deal. There's nothing wrong with that. But then after his conversation, his assumption is she's screwing him. So I called up Brooke, and I said, "What's going on here, Brooke?" And she's like, "I have no idea. This guy hasn't called us, hasn't do anything." So I said, "Reach out to him and see what he wants to do." She's tried to reach out 3 times now. I just talked to her again in the last 5 minutes, and he will not call her back. She'll let him out of the contract. It doesn't even matter. Now they've already done work that they're basically going to have to pay for, which they already did, about $13,000, which was doing trenching to lay the electrical line to go to wherever they're laying down the solar panels. But this guy, he's like under the assumption, for no reason whatsoever, he's not going to get the grant money. That's all I can get out of him.
All right, hold on.
He says, I don't think I'm...
What's the biggest mistake you can make when...
Hey, man, they never should have started trenching unless they've got the fucking approval.
That's on them.
That's on them.
Hey, I'm not laughing. I'm really not.
Well,
I'm really not laughing.
kind of want to tell Mark to be careful with him because he's a P1. But then knowing Mark, he'll call him out and be like, "Well, Brown's listeners are morons."
Oh my God, where is my sandwich? Oh shit. Oh my God.
Yeah, you need a foot long to fill your face.
Oh, you know that I can't eat that much. I don't.
Okay,
I
8
get the
inches.
little. I get the little ones.
Yeah, you're too tiny for a foot long. You'll just take 8 inches.
Mike's back.
Yep.
So what you
Hello,
say?
thanks for calling the Tom
We'll
Martino
go out.
Show.
I'm gonna throw this away. I'm not.
No worries. I got a note into him right now for you, okay?
Sure. Not sure why you hung up, but hold on.
This timeshare thing, is it still a viable business?
Okay.
These fucking guys behind. Shit. Are all.
Oh. Please go. I don't know why I'm laughing. Right
Kelly's
now.
broken.
you and Mark are both making fun of me. He's like,
I would never.
Shut up. No, this is exactly. So I go into my thing. I'm like, thank you for. He's like, Kelly, shut up.
Yes.
Put me on. It's like, okay, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm so nice.
Go see if my sandwich is outside. Oh my god.
Sandwich.
We should ask him who is for a company. Yes, sir. Got you. Yep.
Sandwich time.
Yes. You're probably gonna hate me because I was craving tuna.
The sandwich guy? He's gonna hate you because you wanted tuna? Why would he hate you?
You.
He's the
Because you're gonna
sandwich
have
guy.
to smell it. Oh my god. This is too funny. President Biden can kiss my fucking ass.
Hey, Andy, my name's Mark Kunkel. I was referred to you by Jesse Stubbs. Are you familiar with Jesse? I work with Jesse. I do solar with him, and I'm on a radio show today, and wondering if you'd be interested in jumping on, talking about how people can, sell the tax credits or what the process looks like. Are you comfortable?
That's because you're so tiny.
Shut up.
Okay. You're good. Well, we're on the air live right now, but I'm interrupting your day. Would it be okay if we brought this topic up again and reached out to you? Is there a better time to reach you? Okay, I will do that. I'll line something up with Tom.
Hey, can you get Brooke on so she can listen to this guy while he's on?
Yep.
And tell her I'll let her have her say. I need her on because I can't shield this guy.
Copy that.
I don't want to make it I'm not going to make it a fight.
Fight,
Oh,
fight,
it's
fight,
already a
fight,
fight.
fight, 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 fight.
How many cases are you working on, Doc?
What?
I said, how many cases are you working on?
Just 2.5. Yeah, how about you?
I've got 2.
Pick up the phone and ask him.
I'm gonna leave at 1:30. My kid needs to use the car.
Okay, you're allowed to.
Oh, thank you.
So I wonder what Ryan and Kaplis will talk about today.
Papa will
Absolutely nothing. They're just probably going to pull from the junk file and just, talk about abortions or marijuana.
Yeah.
No, I don't know any of these people.
10 seconds.
Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by RenewHomeInnovations.com for the finest showers you can convert to from those old, ugly tub shower combos. I can't stand those. You know those things you have to step up over, and they have those old, ugly sliding doors or those curtains. And by the way, they do a beautiful walk-in shower with no threshold to stumble over at all if you're Joe or Jill. And no, I'm just kidding. So you don't stumble over anything. You can wheel right in if you had a wheelchair or a walker. And but it's not just made for the elderly. It's a beautiful shower with stone walls, no maintenance. Glass panels in the front, no doors needed. And it's renewhomeinnovations.com, 2 or 3 days to do it, and then 72 months to pay with no interest. renewhomeinnovations.com, 303-904-2000. Welcome to the show. And I want to bring something up. We were talking about tax credits, the actual process for selling tax credits. We do have an expert that'll be coming on in a few days. He couldn't make it, or maybe even tomorrow or not.
I'm emailing him right now.
We're going to find out. But that's what he does. He brokers them. So what we're talking about is this. When you put in a solar system, let's just say you got 50 grand in tax credits, or 30 or 10 or 20, but you don't pay taxes. Or you pay so small of a tax burden that it would take you years to eat those up. Well, in that case, you could actually get immediate cash by selling them. And you sell them at a discount. And to me, it's a no-brainer, man. I mean, I swear to you, if I could buy tax credits and I know I'm going to have to pay tax, why wouldn't I, right? So anyway, here's the bottom line. Let's talk to this guy. He called in originally, and then Mark called back after he called in. So this Mark called in and said he's trying to figure out how to sell tax credits. He's not sure he can use them all. In fact, he knows he can't. He says there's a $70,000 tax credit if he goes through with this. He's in the process of writing a grant, and he was putting in a solar farm. And I asked him, I said, is this a commercial system? He said he didn't know. He said he thought it was, but it's where he lives. And I said, well, how did that happen? And then I guess he said he wasn't sure, but he was using Red Rocks, by the way, who, by the way, I love Red Rocks Roof and Solar, good people. And we've had great reviews about them. So he was mentioning that. And then Marc Mager, Marc Mager, called up and said, this guy's a moron. This guy, basically he was he went out on his own and did something, and I didn't understand it completely. So what I wanted to do is put some perspective on this to begin with. So to be fair, and I want this caller, Mark, to know, I promise you, Mark, I will treat you 100% fairly, okay? I want to get a perspective on this, not from Major Marc Mager, because he was hearing it secondhand. And I don't want to hear it secondhand. I want to go right to Brooke at Red Rocks and ask her first and foremost about your system. Then you, by the way, Mark, we want to get you help, okay, and see what's going on. So, Brooke, if you could just talk to me for a minute. Mark is a customer, and by the way, I didn't get the sense he was complaining. I truly got the sense he was simply asking questions, and he didn't have a lot of answers. So, Brooke, could you explain Mark's system? Is it a commercial system?
Yeah, absolutely. So it is. We are applying for the REAP grant, which is tied to either farm or / ag or commercial projects. So he has a business, an LLC, and so that's how it's qualifying as the business aspect. We are installing this project as a ground mount. It's not going on his residential home. So again, that allows him to utilize the grant and utilize it as a commercial project because it's not on his residence, and his LLC business is tied to that address.
And what kind of an LLC business is it? Is it just to get this grant, or is it for something else?
No, it's been functioning for a while. I spoke with his accountant prior to him signing the contract a few times to make sure that all of this made sense and worked out for him. So from my understanding, the accountant was working with him on his personal as well as his business tax credits.
Okay, and so he was going to get this. He was going to get this system paid for, and was he going to sell some of it back to the grid?
So he wanted to install as big of a system as possible because there's no downfall to doing that with the grant. So we're installing a 25.8 kilowatt system, I believe is what the contract says. I don't have the contract in front of me. I apologize. But it's a pretty good-sized system. It's not a solar field, but he would be overproducing depending on what his power is. He hasn't lived at the property, so there is no historical data, so we're unsure what he'll make off of it, but he will make some unless he utilizes all that power.
Okay, and then now I want him to explain what his concerns were. So let's go to Mark, the solar Mark up here. Hey, Mark. Okay, now I understand what you're doing. So now what are your concerns? Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Hi, Brooke. If you're listening, don't listen to Marc Mager. I mean, I just called in to ask a question on how.
I know you did. I know you did. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
To sell. So when I talked to the grant writer, she had some things to say that brought concern because she was like, "This is going to be a 66-year loan," and she told me, and that's what I was, when I wrote in on the email, I was trying to get like a, somebody that didn't have a dog in the fight.
No, Mark, listen, I promise you, I don't have a dog. I promise you I don't. I like Brooke, and she's a sponsor, but listen, I will find out exactly what you want.
With, Tom.
What's that?
She's been awesome to work with.
Okay.
She's awesome to work with.
But I will get you independent information if you want me to, okay? But I need to ask something.
I don't understand what it is that the grant writer was trying to explain to me, and that's why I was trying to get help.
I want to know too.
Somebody who could.
But hold on, Mark. When one thing at a time, Mark. Mark, one thing at a time. You mentioned the grant writer told you that it's not really a grant, but it's a 66-year loan.
Well, that's what my obligation would be. Because I'm not going to be able to. She was explaining to me that, and I don't understand what she was talking about. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to get the system fully paid for. And when I told her, well, that Brooke had told me that she can sell my my credits and would pay that back, she was very concerned that that doesn't work very well.
Well, okay, everything I'm reading says it works 100% you can sell tax credits all day long, everything I'm reading. So I guess, but I want to ask Brooke to explain a few things. What is the 66-year obligation he's talking about?
To be honest with you, I'm unsure. And so what I did after hearing this concern is I started having one of my staff with the individual doing the REAP grant as well as our grant writer to all sit in together to make sure there wasn't any confusion. Because it sounds like there's some confusion going on here. So, again, I sat down with Mark and his accountant, and we knew his tax liability wasn't high. So over the next 6 years, I modified when he would be able to recoup the tax credits and the depreciation and the other benefits, because we knew it was going to be a small amount throughout the next 6 years, but that he would recoup all of that value within 6 years. Marty is a fantastic grant writer. She's the best in the business. But she's not an accountant, and she's only looking at part of the picture, so that's probably where the disconnect happened, is she's only looking at a small snippet of financials, whereas, Mark, please tell me, how long have you been working with your accountant?
Well, I've known James for years and years, but he didn't quite understand how this was all going to piece together.
You mean, hold on, he didn't understand which part of it? The grant, the depreciation, or the tax credits? Which part?
How I would regain that. Okay, so it's a $131,000 system. How I would get that paid for if I don't qualify for that much.
Okay, hold on. One thing at a time. First and foremost, on that system, you would get tax credits. And if you don't qualify, if you're not going to use tax credits, to use your tax credits, as Brooke said, over the next 6 or 7 years, then what you would do is sell them at and what I heard, the going market is about 85% you would get of those tax credits. Now, Brooke, you can correct me on that if you want, but so after that, there's depreciation. But if you're in a tax bracket, Brooke, that isn't high enough, depreciation doesn't do you any good either.
Sure. So he has a tax liability, give or take, of every year between $11,000 and $20,000, and so that's what is what I think is feasible for him for this tax liability for this year, based on his history. So that's the part that we were working on to make sure that he would recoup all the value within 6 years. And James, myself, and Mark agreed to that. Now, if he wants to sell the tax credits, he can. He'll still gain that depreciation. And if he does an equity partnership, then that equity partner can gain the depreciation and write the check to Mark as well. So there's a couple different ways that you can skin a cat in this instance. And the first part, though, is seeing if he gets the grant. If the grant gets awarded, then that's 50% of his system. Then we can figure out the other pieces, because he still has the option to get out of the contract if he doesn't get the grant or if the tax part of it doesn't work out in his favor. But the biggest thing is getting the grant approved before September, and then we can kind of do next steps on how he wants to work out the rest of the system.
So, Mark, what she's saying is, if it doesn't work out, where it's not the economic picture you want, you can get out of it.
Yeah, I'm not in the game to squeeze people out of money or to do things.
No, I know that. I know that, Brooke. I know that. So
I was just concerned that maybe there was a misunderstanding between you and the Brooke and the because she told me some things that, and I was like, well, that didn't really square up. Now, I'm not. Look, I want the system. I'm happy with everybody you've sent out to the property, and and you guys have taken really good care of answering my questions. I was trying to get some outside information so I could compare what everyone's telling me.
Yeah.
And when Marc Mager said that I went out behind everybody's back and called a grant writer, that's not true. Brooke and Pamela set the meeting up.
Okay, hold on. I want to listen. I want to just make sure you get the information you need, and I'm going to go back to Mark anyway because he wanted to say something. But let me just say this quickly. You called in to find out about selling tax credits, and also you had a question, rightly so, about the grant. But I want to, did she insinuate, the grant writer, that the grant is an obligation?
It's hard to explain what she said. She said because I put such a large down payment, I wasn't going to get, because Brooke told me I was going to get like a $65,000 check from the REAP grant when the system was installed and approved. And then they would write me that check. And I had mentioned that to the grant writer. She said, well, you're not. You're only going to get, I don't know, 58 or whatever it was that she told me. And these numbers are just off the top of my head.
And then when did she say you'd get the rest of it?
That would be all I got from the grant, because it had something to do with the amount of money I put down, $13,000. And so.
Okay. Okay. This is clearly okay. Fine. At least now I know though that you're in the process with an out clause. But Brooke, do you understand why? I'm just curious why a grant writer would even talk about the actual whole deal when they're only concerned about the grant part of it. I'm confused about that.
No, so the grant entitles every aspect of the project. So they got to know that whoever's the grantee can come up with the funds, either have to finance the funds or they have to have it in their account. So that's probably why she was talking about the loans. And then they always have to write kind of worst case scenario for the grant. So let's say that Mark doesn't get any of his tax credits, that there's a couple issues that go down the road or anything like that. That's probably what she was trying to go through because that's how she's going to write the grant. Because, again, when you're writing grants, it's a pretty lengthy process. It takes about 2 to 2.5 months for her to publish it through.
All right.
And so, again, I would assume what she's chatting about is worst case scenario. Now, if for some reason all of the folks doing this grant don't get the full 50% covered, that's what's written in the contract.
All right.
So then I have to come up with a difference, and that's not a big deal for me to do.
Okay.
So we're going to work with whatever needs to happen on this project, Mark. I just wish that maybe having conversations with us, we could have given you all this information to say, here's a link to look at this.
And Marc Mager, I want to bring Marc
project
Mager up because Marc
information.
Mager said he told him all of this, I guess. Mark, go ahead, Mark. I got to take a break, but go ahead, start.
From my ears. Every bit of this I had this same conversation with. So I want to read you something that I received on July 9th.
Go ahead.
So we're talking almost 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Here's how it starts off, and it's from Mark. And I'm not even going to say his last name. It starts off, hi, I thought I'd let you know Brooke White appears to not be a straight shooter. Then it goes on to condemn her. And this guy's so full of crap. I called him immediately. And for people listening to the show on referralist.com, if they're a sponsor or an endorsement or on referral list, I call immediately on any problem.
Yes, you do.
Have.
Yes,
I
you
called
do.
up and said, Mark, what the hell's going on? This is crazy. And he starts talking to me about some third party that told him he might not get something. And I'm like, well, what are you even talking about, Mark? I mean, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to call Brooke back and have her cancel the deal? Do you want me to do this? What are you looking for? He goes, I don't know. I don't understand. And I said, well, if you don't understand, why are you starting off with Brooke White appears not to be a straight shooter? And then when the conversation finally ended, I thought everything was solved. I really did. Then I'm leaving today, and I hear him on the phone like he never talked to any of us.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I just called in and asked how hard it is to sell a tax credit. That's all I did, Mark.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, Mark. I still don't understand. I'll tell you right now, if you want out of the deal, Brooke's going to let you out. I don't even know why.
He didn't say he wanted out. He
Yeah, why don't you just go back and play the tape? He was talking about grant money and possibly not getting it in this conversation before I called in. So don't act like it was just about tax credits. I heard it.
I'm not acting anyway. I'm asking questions. You talk about morons.
And Mark, you're welcome to ask questions. I get it.
All right, break, buddy.
And this is a big purchase. I got to take this break no matter what. Go ahead, Dragon. We got to do it. But
what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard lists your home for top dollar. Then they make you an impressive guaranteed backup cash offer. This gives you the confidence to hold out for the price you deserve. Here's what one Orchard customer said. The peace of mind of the guaranteed offer is why I went with Orchard. And when you sell for more, the rest is yours. My home sold on the market for more than I expected. With Orchard's guaranteed cash offer, you never have to settle for less. Curious what Orchard will pay for your home? Visit Orchard.com for a free, no-obligation cash offer. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, if you are looking for a way to save money on AC, I'm telling you firsthand experience with two different houses. I have the quiet, cool whole house fan, and I'm going to tell you, if you have it, the very first thing it does is de-stratifies the air in your home, meaning it takes out the layers and it makes it more of an even temperature. And no matter what, that lowers your air conditioning load. Okay, that alone. You can also use it instead of air conditioning on cooler days or hotter days that aren't steaming hot, because just that air movement alone cools you down. Whatever it is you want, you can get with QC Colorado, either some relief for your AC or use it instead of AC, depending on the day. QCcolorado.com. By the way, they will come in and install this damn thing in 1 or 2 hours, and you'll have years of comfort. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419. If you want to sell your house, you can sell your house through Homevestors. Now, this is a company I have dealt with through the years for people who don't want to list, and they don't want to have loan approvals and inspections, and they don't want to do a lot of maintenance. They don't want to have showings. They just want a price. And Homevestors can do that for you. I know them. They've been with me for years. And if you want to bid on your home, listen, we're not saying it's going to be higher than if you put it on the market for 4 months, but here's the deal. If you need to sell and you want cash, 800-44-BUYER. Find out. You can always say no. 800-44-BUYER. Made in the shade. If you're buying a new home or sprucing up the old one, Made in the Shade can do your window coverings for just really the least hassle ever. They come to your house in one shot and measure and come up with a plan with a designer, and they try to meet a budget that you're aiming at. If all of that comes together, with no obligation, by the way, then you order. And then they have their in-house installers put them in and guarantee it all. Made in the Shade, denvershades.co, denvershades.co.
That was fun.
Yeah. Now, we're done with that solar mark for now, and then we'll tell them, then we're going to go to the other mark. Yeah, God almighty. I've had 6, 7, 8 marks. So anyway, what is the guy you're talking about?
Three is new, 1 is still Mark, but Tom's done it.
Thanks for calling, Mark. Hope you have a great day. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show.
So polite.
Okay, it's probably become the banker. So let me give you that number. And that is 303-779-6600. Correct. This report is sponsored by Allstate. Correct. No problem. Bye. Oh, so many marks.
Everybody that calls in from now on better be a Mark.
I mean, it kind of is sudden.
We got a half hour left. All of them better be Mark. That's all I ask. Even if they're not, they're going to be.
Okay. Oh.
10 seconds, Tom. Or
so
Mark.
wonderful.
Or whoever you are.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mark has a plumbing question. Another Mark. We've had so many Marks today. So anyway, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I have a house that's built on a slab.
Yeah.
And the leak is underneath it.
Uh-oh.
And I've confirmed that's the general location.
Now,
My
what
wife
kind
is
of
there.
leak is it? Do you know? Is it fresh water?
On the water system, Denver water system there.
So it's your main coming in.
No, it's not the main coming in because I turned the valve that's at the house.
Right.
So everything's good up to there.
Okay.
But I shut up all the.
Now let me ask you this: how
did
did they plumb the house? You have a main coming up to the house. You turned it off, and nothing is leaking. So from then, it goes from your meter into the house. Was it all buried in concrete?
It's buried under concrete. They
When
put
you say
gravel
under
in there and
concrete,
then they-
okay, got it. But it's not in the concrete.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead, keep going. So now what?
So now I would wanted to get a plumbing company that you think that you have on your list there that you think can come and help me out with that. Because first thing I do, I got to know where the leak is.
That's
and
right.
then we got to get it repaired.
Now, as far as finding the leak, I'm not sure I have someone. Now, I have great plumbing companies, but I'm really not sure I have someone who can pinpoint a leak like that. There are companies, I don't know how they do it, but there are companies that do that. I don't know how they do it. I think they have to go inside the pipe, but I'm not sure. They're leak detection services, actually, and that's not the name of the company. That's the name of the genre. They're leak detection companies. And I don't think we have anyone on the referral list. But so there's two parts to this. One is finding the leak, and then the other one is fixing it. Now, fixing it, let me tell you the danger you have with fixing it, okay? If you find a company, a legit company, good companies, like Plumline, like Brothers, like Fix It 24/7, like any of them, if you find a good, legit company, it's going to cost you a crap load of money, okay? Because they sub out what they don't do, and they have to be responsible for it, so there's a markup on what they don't do. They're going to have to find people to jackhammer the slab in that area, to excavate it out, to do all of this work, okay? What I'm saying is it's expensive as hell, all right? Now, this slab is in a basement, or is it on your main level?
It's the house built on a slab, so it's just underneath the concrete.
No, I get it, but what I'm asking is this: there are houses built on a slab, but they have kind of like an elevation and then a first floor. But this is your first floor, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, then you're going to have all the cosmetics. What if it's right smack dab in the middle of your kitchen? So
got to get it fixed.
Yeah, but there might be, I'm going to tell you something you may not want to hear, but it might be more advantageous to vacate the pipe and reroute it depending on where it is and which, if it only goes to one line. Like, I don't know how your house is plumbed. Do you have a plumbing plan of that house?
No, this house was built back in 1954.
Okay, so you don't have any idea where the pipes go under that slab.
Well, I kind of do because of the way it's only got a bathroom and a kitchen that there's water to.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Now,
So,
is there a way to isolate? Is there a way to isolate either of those lines underneath the sinks?
Not well. I have shut-off valves on all the lines that come up onto the sink, just like any.
Here's what I'm getting at.
Normal house would.
Here's what I'm getting at. If there are people smarter than me that do this for a living, and they'll figure it out. But if you go from your main and offshoot to the kitchen and offshoot to the bathroom, if that's the way it works, and one of those fresh water lines is leaking, sometimes rather than trying to fix that line, it might be better to literally do some PECs and try to just go in another way to get to your bathroom or kitchen. It might be better that way rather than trying to just jackhammer the whole damn thing. I mean, you could have one hell of a mess on your hand. With PEX plumbing, you might be able to get it routed to the kitchen or bath in another way. I'm not saying you can, but there are all kinds of creative things you can do with the new technology.
Right, break when you can.
Again, it's gonna, no matter what, just trying to figure this out, the detection and diagnosis is going to cost you some money. Hold on, let me see if we can recommend someone. Hold on.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
New slowdowns on the north end of town, I-25 southbound at the 128th Avenue overpass. A stall in the shoulder has slow driving back from E470 and Northwest Parkway. Folks moving slowly around this one. We're seeing about 20 minutes of delays for folks heading into the Denver metro area from the north end. South of there, I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Just east of DIA, I-70 eastbound, watch out for some road work in the right lane between Airport Boulevard and exit 292. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, high 83 degrees, a bit cooler than what we're used to. Overnight low of 58. Tomorrow, mostly sunny skies with a high of 88 and increasing temperatures throughout the week. The current temperature in Denver is 78 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
You know, if you're putting in a bathroom, one thing that you probably understand is that bathrooms can be terribly expensive. But I have good news. Discount Bath is in the business of showing you how it can be done at a discount. Hence the name discountbath.com. Now, we're not talking cheap. We're not talking like flimsy. We're talking about beautiful bathrooms, but at a discount. They simply do it for less overhead, and they do it for less profit, and they do it to make a deal. And they're hoping to do volumes of them so they can give people deals. And if you want a half bath in a hallway, you want a whole bath in rebuilding one of your baths on the main floor, maybe you want a master bedroom bath or a brand new bath, Discount Bath wants to take a shot at your business. They'll talk to you on the phone. They have visualizing software and everything you need for the trust to have them do your project. Discountbath.com, 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322. Sheridan Auto Tech is in the business of trust. Now, of course, they're in the business of auto repair and maintenance, electrical too. But that means trust because they will never mislead you. That alone is worth gold. And in addition to that, they have great pricing, complimentary diagnostics for most things that take an hour or less, and even used car checkouts before you buy a car. They have it all. And that's SheridanAutotech.com, someone I've known and trusted for years. Uncle Kevin and his team are there for you on Colfax, west of Wadsworth. 303-455-7242. 455-7242.
I'm disappointed.
I know.
Okay.
Oh my God.
This leak detection
Believe how
stuff
fast
is
I can barely
crazy.
fit under this.
I've been meaning to say something, Kelly. But,
I know.
Huh?
You don't have to. I already
Not
feel
that I
it.
can see, but I do know they do it.
Told you.
I mean,
My
I do
ass
know
has
it's
own area
ground
code right now.
plumbing leak detection is called. So I see some that just say that's what they do. I mean, that's what they say. No, never, never, never.
Okay. That still puts us way behind.
It's a whole different ball. That's a whole specialty. It really is. It's a whole specialty.
Perfect world, we would be taking a 45 break right now.
We're so screwed at this point.
Why?
You can either just end early or.
Why do we want to do that?
Because the hour's all messed up.
She's so silly.
I blame Major Marc Mager.
I mean, you're going to have back-to-back breaks no matter what, so you might as well
Close.
end
Yeah.
early.
We could push it to maybe about 4 minutes, but then that screws again the last
Yeah,
one.
that's what I'm saying.
In my opinion, if you're not in the leak detection business, then you got a problem because that would generate so many leads.
Need a Nina.
Nina.
Then put out a parentheses after that. Not Mark. Or not a Mark.
I could kill for him. Okay, I will.
She needs to be. She needs to be.
I'll tell you who else I need. I need a car dealer.
Okay,
I don't have a fucking car dealer. I could kill for.
Well, that's
Do you
funny.
realize they'd be on the
Last
air
hour of
every
the show
Friday
we
on
haven't
car
done.
day for 4 fucking hours? Every Friday they'd be on the air. Every fucking.
We've had a few
Yeah.
today. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. What? See, listen. How strong is it?
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom March. Yeah.
Yeah, Mark? Mark! Yeah!
Okay.
Only advertises. Think about it. But he only advertises.
We need another Mark to round out the hour.
That guy in the map. Peterson won.
No! No! Oh, damn.
I'm done. I'm done for today.
Best way to do it.
Oh my God.
got
I
like
want to
4.5
be out
more
drinking
hours
like
to
they
go.
are.
One is.
10 seconds, Tom.
400. ExcelRoofing.com.
We're on top of it.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing 303-761-6400.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, here's the deal. We need to talk to Mark about this plumbing question, and he said he has the underground leak. Now, Mark, I looked online here, okay? I'm going to tell you that we don't have anyone that specifically does groundwater leak detection, okay? I'm going to tell you that. But there are companies that do just that, okay? And what you really want to do is find someone who does that. That's step one. Then getting it repaired, you're going to have to go to a plumbing contractor like a Plumb Line or Fix It 24/7. And I'll bring up others. I mean, you have Master Services, you have a number. You have 888heating.com. You have a number of companies, and get bids because it's going to be expensive, but pinpointing it is the first thing you want to do. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
So it's the detection part I want to do first. Now, I'm looking here on leak detection, and even though they all say they kind of do it, they really don't specialize in it. They don't. Not in the ground, not in what you're talking about. There are some companies that literally, that's what they do. They do just leak detection. And you're just going to have to Google it, bro. I just don't have one I can tell you offhand. But there are companies, that's all they do. And they have really good ways of doing it. And then after that, then you can contract to have a pinpoint kind of repair done. But man, is it going to be a mess because they're going inside your main floor to dig down through concrete. Think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, now there are some other ways. Plumb Line does pipe. They do something. They do it with drains. I'm not sure they can do a fresh water line where they pull a fresh water line through dirt underneath. But I don't know. I don't know. Excuse me. They do it with sewer lines. I don't know if they can do it with fresh water lines, but it's going to take some research on it. How bad is the leak? Do you know?
Not really. I can only estimate kind of from the meter.
Okay. Go on the internet and I did groundwater leak detection. Okay, that's what you want because that's what it's called. Ground plumbing leak detection. Ground plumbing leak detection. And then once you kind of locate it, I'll help you find someone to do it. But you need to locate it first.
All right.
And they have special ways of doing it. They really do. 303-713-TALK. Nina, or is it Nina? Nina, your mom's estate, we're going to try to answer that question for you right after this if you can hang, okay? Because I got behind because of that controversial call with all the marks. So we got more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
New slowdowns on the north end of town at 25 southbound at the 128th Avenue overpass. A stall in the shoulder has slow driving back from E470 and Northwest Parkway. Folks moving slowly around this one. We're seeing about 20 minutes of delays for folks heading into the Denver metro area from the north end. South of there, I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. Just east of DIA, I-70 eastbound, watch out for some road work in the right lane between Airport Boulevard and exit 292. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, high 83 degrees, a bit cooler than what we're used to. Overnight low of 58. Tomorrow, mostly sunny skies with a high of 88 and increasing temperatures throughout the week. The current temperature in Denver is 78 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Joseph A. Lazara is a criminal defense attorney. When I say that, people say, well, I don't need him. But they don't even realize that a DUI is a crime. Smoking and weed and driving is a crime, or it can be, right? So if you are one of those people that made a stupid mistake, miscalculated what you could drink, or you know somebody who did, Joe Lazara can help you through the system, whether it be defending you because you were falsely accused or helping you through the system because, as I said, you were foolish. Joe Lazara. Now, Lazara Legal, Lazzara. Don't ever try to do this alone. Joe Lazara has been with me for 30 years. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200.
Foley?
Yeah, apparently he didn't come say bye. I was going to thank him for the cookies. They were tasty. The Harris campaign raised $81 million in 24 hours.
Been a really strange day.
What do you mean, Mark?
Beginning with Brown, and I mean, that seems like so long ago.
Nah, it's been all just fine, Mark.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Anytime, Mark.
Okay. Good to know you, Mark.
So stupid. Ten seconds here, Tom.
No chance to win after 14 million people voted for him in the primaries? We'll break it down on the Joe Pag Show tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
So I want to get this straight, though, and I'll go to Nina. But, Mark, you guys do the REAP grants, right? And it's an absolutely, you do it, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And you can help commercial operators, too.
Absolutely.
Right. ProBidEnergy.com. 303-623-1531. Nina, what is going on with your mom's estate, Nina? What's happening?
Well, my mom was 93, and she passed away last December, and I discovered that she had had her will changed 6 months prior to her death. She was 93, elderly, some dementia going on, and her entire estate was turned over to a person who none of the family has ever heard of.
Oh, that stinks of, that really stinks of something fishy. And did that person get everything already or not?
We're in probate right now, but they came and stole my mom's 1961 classic Corvette out of her garage.
Now, wait a minute. Did they steal it, or was it in the will?
The content, it was in my mom's garage. She did not designate specifically the Corvette.
Who is this
another
person
car in
that
the
took?
garage.
Who are these people? Who are they? Was it a caretaker?
It was a relation to the lawyer who wrote up the will.
Well, that's ridiculous. Wait a minute, have you gone to the Supreme Court Oversight Committee about this attorney?
I don't know where to go.
Wait a minute. Nina, this is unbelievable. We're going to continue this. Let me get this straight. Your 93-year-old mom dies, and someone who's a relative of the attorney that did the will stands to inherit everything.
Yes.
Oh, no. This sucks. You hang on. Kachina, let's get her on. This is ridiculous. Let's start her off tomorrow. See you guys. Hey, Dragon.
Real Tom Martino. Connected with all of us.
Is 58 even the timeout now, or is it 04? I'm just curious.
This is Denver's talk station.
57:35 is when the bed starts, so it's 58:05.
Okay, thanks.
Quality.
Appreciate
Yep.
it. Bye. 3 rooms. Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, let's do business together, man.
Yeah, I would love to.
On a number of things, right? Yeah.